I am Nikki Jacobs. I'm not doing the typical description box below because I'm using a different device, and this is all brand new. So come on in, and I'm gonna see if what I can do regarding. And I'm in a different location, which has a lot to do with why the different device. I wanted to be sure that I could be live. I'm going to do a little bit of business, which is kind of the standard. Anyway, come on in, grab a cuppa. Artune, oh, you're here. Good. I'm in. Yay. Okay, and excuse the squeaky chair. It's going to sound like all sorts of weird stuff. Anyway, welcome to Restore Belief with Nikki, and I'm Nikki. Tonight, conversation is about, okay, let's see if I can call this back up. Apparently that's not going to work. I need to actually see the chat. The chat would be good. Yeah, okay, so it is up, it is live. Amy, are you relocated? Yeah, I'm relocated. Sort of. I'm still in the home, but I'm in a different location. So, anyhow, okay, so this is good to know that I can actually see the chat. It sucks that I can't put any of the previous description stuff up. But, you know, that's kind of how life is right now. I'm surprised that this is working. I'm very, very thankful it's working. Okay, so tonight we were supposed to be talking about Men in Black. And I had an unexpected... I didn't realize who when I was going to be on a... and Amy, I have not told you this. I didn't realize that when I was going to be on a show with people last Saturday, that the person that I was going to be on with was a Men in Black. Retired. Very retired. But very... Hey! Oh my gosh, Angelica, it's wonderful to see you, hon. Wow. Anyway, so I unexpectedly got to have a 2.5-hour conversation after the show. The show was a 2.5-hour show where this individual talked about hello Minecraft. So hi. Anyway, so this man in black was with government from a very early age, and has know people who know him and have verified who he is and all of that kind of stuff. But the 2.5-hour conversation was very, hey Timothy, was very enlightening for me. For those that know, I'm an ET abductee. I'm also an unwilling participant in secret space program. Hi, Brent. I think that is what I'm... Yes, Brent. Welcome. So I'm also a psychic medium. I'm not an on-the-spot, on-demand psychic medium like a lot of other folks are, but I do pretty darn good. Let's just put it that way. I do a lot of energy work and a lot of different hierarchy work and things of that nature. And so So back to this situation, this conversation that there were three of us in the conversation, and me, the host, and the man in black. And oh, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that. I'm here's business. Please hit the like, subscribe, and share button if you find this at all interesting. I do have a lengthy background in being an ET abductee. Those that do not know, I've been, as far back as I remember, as 4 years old. I'm 57 right now. I have been consistently told by the other side and by other psychics, quite a few other psychics, that I've been ET abducted pretty much since birth. That my mother was watched when she was pregnant with me by the ETs. She was very highly watched, according to what I've been told. And so a lot of my other videos, I've been doing videos for 3 years, was with the UFOI team, which is now defunct. But a lot of the team members, teammates, are still doing different things together. For example, like oops. Hey, is that Raven? Raven. Hi. Hello. So a lot of the other team members, for example, like Lee Strauss, are over with Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. They've got their own part of the show. And then he and Ander, and I'm so sorry, Ander, I do not remember your last name at this second, and I've known you for a lot of years. Hey, little Cam. And so they do a lot of their stuff out in the woods and doing video of the night sky. And Lee's a pretty awesome guy. He has a lot of knowledge, a lot of photography knowledge, and how to get the skies lit up, so to speak, with cameras, and the equipment is just incredible. Anyway, so that's a little bit of history on me and who I am. So Saturday, bye. So Saturday, I ended up on a show, being a co-host, and ended up having this conversation after the show with this man in black, and it was really very fascinating. We talked about a lot of different subjects, including Hanoi, Vietnam, and other men in black situations that he was involved with. The movies, we talked quite a bit about how Hollywood as an industry has really literally bought stories from government or different people who were representing government, however you want to classify that one. And where different interesting stories were sold off. Oh, I don't remember the name of the company, Raven. When I remember it, I'll tell you. I don't remember the name of the company right now. So basically, I also found out he gave me he doesn't know for sure regarding the book, and most of my regulars on here know about the government book that I unexpectedly, as a 17, 18, 19-year-old, unexpectedly had my hands on for 17 hours. And the other thing you don't know, most of you don't know, is that I have an eidetic memory. And as time has gone by, it's not as eidetic as it used to be, shall we say. um, but I still have an eidetic memory. It's just not as incredible as it once was. Because when I was a kid, I could walk into a room, walk back out of it, just look around once, walk out, and not even be in the room for 15 seconds. And I could tell you everything that was in that room, down to the finite, minutest detail. Now I'll look at a room, go, yeah, okay, whatever. And I can tell you a huge portion of it. I can't tell you everything like I did at one point. There's a reason I'm telling you this, because it's about the government book on ufology that they've got. So when I asked this man, who is a retired man in black, whether or not he had heard of this book, and he's not like the retired CIA agent where I was seriously overwhelmed at a conference, and seriously overwhelmed by a lot of people. There were a lot of people the first night, and I was very overwhelmed psychically. I put up protection barriers and stuff, but apparently not enough, and I just was inundated. And had the thought, oh, gee, I should ask him if he knows about this book. Oh, I should have known better. The little kid in me was really pushing me, and I was like, everybody's got a little kid in you. Y'all have, things parents have said to us, or things friends or lovers have said to you, and it just replays. So that little kid comes up, and that's what happened for me. And during me talking to this retired CIA agent, and 4 days later, because I had mentioned that book, and he had, without my permission, tried to hypnotize me, and on the spot, in public, in front of other people. And at the time, I wasn't too happy of a camper over that. But what took place from that is 4 days after I got home, I had been doing some energy work to recover from that Paracon and Paranormal conference, ufology conference. And because there were 500, the seats were for 500. The first day there were about 250, and it was standing room only the following day. So I was very overwhelmed that weekend, and so I took my time. I took the rest of that week and took care of myself, and ended up in the process. 4 days after I'd gotten home, I had a psychic attack. I had a 4-man team of 4-man military team come at me, and I defended myself, and I've been a targeted individual ever since. Well, all because of asking about a book, which I have since learned a legendary book in the government, that has every document ever signed. These are, anyway, I don't need to get into all that, but the point is that here last Saturday, all this time I had been knowing and told by the person who lent it to me and my family, four family members, 3 of which who are now dead. I'm the only one left alive, with an eidetic memory. And because I couldn't read in 17 hours, I couldn't, and being in high school, I couldn't read the entire book. So I basically screenshotted the book from how my memory was working. So there were chapters, I'd look at the page, I'd look down the page, read the words to some degree, or scan it. It's like I took a screenshot memory of it, logged it into my memory banks, flipped the page, went on, did this for quite a lot of the information that it was mind-blowing. And it was every document that the US government has, or had, I don't know if, I haven't looked into that one, and I don't know if I really want to look into that one, especially after what I've experienced. And so from 1932, 1933 up until 1983, 84, 85 is how long the history of that book was. And it was a very thick, deep book. Okay. So because I asked this retired CIA agent, 4 days later, I had a 4-man military government team at me, and with a psychic link. And I defended myself, and in the process of defending myself, severely injured their lead man. The 3-man team came back at me, started doing the oh, woe is us, you hurt our guy so badly, he's never gonna be. They're doing the guilt trip bullshit routine. Okay. And I said, so what? I don't care. You came at me. You did not have permission to do what you did. This is a psychic attack. You're full of shit. I don't want anything to do with you. They offered me a job because they wanted to know exactly how I did what I did. And I wasn't going to tell them. Told them to F off, which is quite the most politest way I can say what I said. So, this past Saturday rolls around. So that was in 2019. That was in March of 2019. By April of 2020, and I had, because their method didn't work with me, of coming in the way that they were, by 2020, they started having what I call government asshats in Astral. I had different two-person, as I should say it, because I've had both 2 men and a man and a woman, and they were CIA in some other program of CIA and corporate, just got corporate conglomerate kiss ass is the phrase. And so I've unexpectedly had a hell of an education from 2019 until 2025 about not only the book, but about the fact that nobody wants this book known. Nobody wants this information. Nobody within the government, nobody within the great, gigantic corporate conglomerates that have government contracts. No one wants this book known. Okay? So by 2020, I started having these two-person, it went from 1-person to two-person team in Astral in my home, invading my home. That's my personal private space. And I basically said, this not happening. and went in, and because I knew people in energy work, shall we say, to come and help me, and they've witnessed these people in Astral in my home. So this is not just me saying this is witnessed. These situations, many of these situations have been witnessed by other people and can be verified by other people. That all said, here we go with Saturday. I thought I was helping somebody out with, and I didn't realize that this person that was going to be talking was, because I didn't go in, on any kind of project I do, I go in blind. I do not, there's things I just don't want to know. I do not want to be told as a psychic. If I pick something up, I pick something up. If I don't, I don't. I usually do. It's very unusual if I don't. And I went in blind with this, and that was fine. It was fine with me. Yes, I've heard that name before. Or yes, I just, sorry, my brain kind of converted it into the two names into one name. Anyway, never mind. Anyway, so basically, here we are Saturday. I'm doing this past Saturday. I'm doing this live broadcast show, podcast, with the host, and the host is having this Men in Black talk about certain Hollywood movies that are very indicative, have actually had certain things happen. This specific movie was called Jeepers Creepers. And that the being in the movie was very, very real. They had a situation. So, and I unexpectedly found out that on that specific property where the church was, that there really was a serial killer there. A serial unalivist. However, YouTube's going to hold that one up. Anyway, and so I was like, okay, am I picking up on this human individual, or am I actually picking up on this physical entity, cryptid type, ET type being? What the hell is this thing type of thing? Or am I actually picking up both? I was actually picking up both. And so that was a hell of an eye-opener, because it's been a while since I've had, I've dealt with victims, deceased victims of certain serial unalivers, and it's not pretty with what some of them have shown me. It's very frightening, in fact. But that's the one thing that I try really hard not to allow myself to get into. This is their life. This is their information. I am a witness to it. And does it piss me off? Yeah. Do I go through emotions as a psychic? Yeah, I do. There are things that I get very upset over, especially when it comes to children. But so at some point, I would like to go back, or not go back, but I did go onto the property in higher consciousness form, but to some degree, very small degree, but to some degree, I went into higher consciousness form and was on the property, and I was like, wow, okay. So that all said, after the show, here we have the two of us, or the three of us, having this conversation about Hollywoodization of significant real life scenarios that take place, real life situations that take place. And Hollywood, of course, grandiosizes it. Gets very, they Hollywoodize it, basically. They make it out to be more than it actually is in a lot of ways. And they buy a story and off they run with it. And I learned unexpectedly from this individual how some of that comes about. And to me, it's rather shocking and surprising. It really shouldn't be, but with everything that's been coming out the last, what, God, 5-6 years, in political arena, in, I was going to say social media arena, that's not what I meant, in the music industry, in Hollywood industry, a lot of different things that are coming out now. Hello, good. Are you good and plenty? You made a comment like that. I'm gonna make a comment like mine. Two can play that. Anyway, unless you're sovereign in a different with a different name. Anyway, so basically, yes, I thought so. Hello, sovereign. Anyway, so basically he and I are having this conversation about how Hollywood obtains some of its information from government. Interesting conversation. And then I asked him about this book. And he said that it sounded like, okay, hang on. It sounded to him, let's see if I can find, because I wrote notes. If you've been with me for any amount of time, you know that I am a prolific writer of notes. Okay, here we go. Hang on a minute. Oh, no, it's interesting. I had a serial unaliver victim show up during the show. I'd forgotten about that until just this second with my notes. Where the hell is the words? Contractor. That it was the book, highly likely came not from the government themselves, but one of the contractors with the government, or a quote unquote subcontractor with a government, somebody managed to get their hands on all the documents because their company, so in other words, it works out to be corporate espionage. The person that allowed me access to this book for 17 hours, the book was generated, made copies of, and there were 500. This is what I was told, me and my family were told at the time in the 80s, that the information got out of the government some way, somehow. I believe that those individuals know how. We never were told. I have no idea how. So, I mean, I could understand government trying to find out how. I don't have any knowledge of that. I don't have even any psychic knowledge of that, and I don't want it, to be blunt. But this man in black, retired man in black, specifically stated that to him it sounded, and with all of his knowledge, sounded to him like it was a subcontractor who somehow, that has contracts with the government, who somehow got their hands on the book. Somebody made copies or did whatever they were going to do. They bound it all, put it into book form, and they made 500 copies of it. So all I was told, all my mom and me and my grandfather and my step grandmother were told, was that there's 500 copies of this book. This is not the only book. It was 500 copies were made to protect ufology, to protect the information so that, which I find very fascinating, and that the collectors, that each book went to what are known as the collectors. Who those are, I do not know, other than what we were told was that these are mega, multi-millionaire, billionaire type people. And because this, I call her the psychic bitch from hell, woman who was doing full-on necromancy and all kinds of not good things, realized way longer before I ever did that I was an ET abductee and part of ufology, that I was supposed to read this book and I was supposed to talk about this. She's now long dead. She's been dead for quite some time. She came in and showed up to me this past year, a number of months ago. And, well, I say a number of months ago. It's somewhere between 2 and 4 months. Excuse me. Oh, my God. Okay, if you hear squeaky, that is the dog playing with a squeaky toy. I tried to prevent this. This is why I went into a different location. So for those that are affected by sound, I do apologize ahead of time. Anyway, my point is that here this psychic bitch from hell who was doing full-on corporate espionage with other companies or upon other companies. Do I know what other companies? No. I just knew that that's what she was doing. I psychically knew. Only at the time I didn't classify it as psychic information, but that's essentially how I received the info. Because I psychically saw her doing it. Had little mini downloads of her doing corporate espionage with other companies. Do I know these other company names? Do I know these other businesses? No, I do not. Hey, Angelica. So it just became the whole situation very convoluted. I have this knowledge, and because I asked this retired CIA guy in 2019 about it, my name gets turned over, who I thought got turned over to the government. It highly likely did get turned over to the government, but solely based on if this is valid information from this MIB, and it's his summation of it based on how he knows how government actually operates, him telling me that he believes that it's a subcontractor of the government, that they likely had the information in their possession for whatever reason. Somebody else within the company somebody got their hands on it, found it, got their hands on it, made a copy, then got out of the company and made lots of 500 copies of it. And then the information went out to the mega multimillionaires, billionaires. So that is the information that I really wanted to talk about tonight was here. Hey, Christine. It's good to see you, dear. That's really what I wanted to talk about tonight was this Men in Black. Yeah, Artoon, you can't run from the squeak. He will find you. Yeah, exactly. Artoon is referring to the dog and the squeaker toy, which has stopped, thankfully. Anyway, actually, I forgot to grab it and hide it for the night, or at least for a couple of hours. Anyway, so that's where this information is coming from. Now, can I validate through documentation and everything via the internet or via other methods regarding who this MIB is? No. Mostly because, hello, when you are that kind of deep government, in those kind of positions, and I actually knew somebody in a position very, very similar to what this guy is or was, and they told me, oh God, long before 2015, exactly what it was like for them. And so, so this guy's information, I mean, it jives with what I know. The psychic stuff that I got off of him, yeah, I know that he's some form of MIB. Do I know what his clearance level is? No. Do I suspect? Yeah. Am I going to state that publicly? No. But I have stated it privately to a few folks. So, but I can psychically tell that, yeah, this guy's MIB. That all said, where does that leave the targeting of me? Where does that leave? And we talked about a specific company that I have been a specific corporate, global corporate conglomerate company in aerospace industry, that I have been consistently told by the other side, by deceased family members, by hierarchies, by my spirit guides, of one specific company. And that it's them. And when I mentioned that name to this man, he's like, oh yeah, that would make total and complete perfect sense. And I was just like, poof, mind explosion over that one. Because one of the things that he said is essentially, now these are not his words, these are my words. I'm not using his exact wording, let's just put it that way. But basically, they have free reign, carte blanche, to do pretty damn much anything they frickin' well want. And because they've got these contracts with government, and we're talking billions and billions, and in some cases trillions of dollars. I mean, we're talking mega, mega, mega money here, folks. And it's nothing. I've been saying this since the 1980s, and now it's coming straight forward, right back at me. These companies can do pretty much whatever they frickin' want. He even, what I will say is this, he even talked about the fact that there are companies that do not have tax ID numbers. They have true carte blanche to do whatever they want, and they don't get a hand slapped. They are not in any way, shape, or form connected with government, but yet in some fashion or form, they semi-are. When I went to ask about that, it was kind of like a whirlwind of information, and I don't even know where to begin to tell you information of that nature. I'm still kind of reeling over all the information that I learned. It's totally and completely mind-bending to me how all of this came about, how even today's bit of information, I can't talk publicly. I can't talk publicly or privately about some of the information that I even found out about today, but it all reverts right back into this gigantic circle of information. And it is mind-boggling to me as to how all of this information plays in together. One of the things that this guy did talk about is the fact that because they are not actual government, they have, hey Drew, they have the ability to do things that the government can't. And I mean, I knew that, but to actually have somebody in even a remote position, whether it's small or gigantic position, talk about this, to have that confirmed, is a gigantic deal to me. So, this government book that we were told was government book, is government book locked and buried in a vault somewhere. But at some point in time, since it did go into 83, 84, and 85, somebody somewhere got their mitts on it. Whoever that person was, I thank them. But at the same time, I'm like, holy F-balls, this is huge. I mean, just huge, because it really does mean that, yes, the government has knowledge going back to 1932, 1933 on ufology. It also, we're dealing with technology too. I mean, major technology stuff. The fact that they haven't outright murdered, unalived me yet, is a big deal. Is a really big deal. And I need to make a statement right here, right now. I am not suicidal. Okay? I've had DEW weapons aimed at me. I've had a lot of targeting in very methodical, specific ways with energy weapons. Okay? For those that know, they've seen actual photographs that I've taken of myself right after or during, when I've been targeted, and my skin is redder than this shirt. A lot redder, because I was targeted with microwave infrared technology weapons. And it was literally frying my skin, frying my brain, frying my organs. And they were trying to cause my body to have cancer. They were trying to cause my body to have a heart attack. There were a lot of things that they were trying to do. And even to this day, I still have CIA government asshats in Astral in my home. Nightly, daily, anywhere from 1 to 5 times a day. Okay? This shit is real. Do I know when they show up? Oh, you better frickin' believe I know when they show up. I can not only sense them, I can smell them. And they're piss poor, horrible cloakers. Only 2 of them have ever tried really cloaking with me. And do I know that they're CIA? And I even mentioned this to this guy. And he's like, there's no way they're CIA. And I'm like, no. I have tracked them back to known CIA buildings. I can give you chapter and verse as to where they're located, where they sit, where their, lack of better words, cubicle. It's not a cubicle, but I don't know what else to call it. So I've been able to not only psychically track them back, but also higher consciously track them back. And it's not pleasant. The stuff I've seen. Hey, Para. And so I'll read the messages in just a moment, guys and gals. So it's been a rather eye-opening experience dealing with all of this, to say the least. The fact that I need to make a statement stating I am not suicidal is, I can't begin to tell you how bad that pisses me off. The fact that I have to make that statement, anybody who knows me knows that I'm not. It really angers me to a great deal. Okay, I've got too many things going on in chat. I need to take a gander through this, so just a second, guys. Yes, that book. Yes, exactly. Artune, know when the book was made, given that all those pages were in files to be bound into a book. Exactly, Artune. Okay. It's not either. It's mind-boggling and disturbing. Yes, it is mind-boggling and disturbing. Excuse me. Okay. Whoopsie doodle. How the hell did I manage that one? I just unexpectedly hit a button and everything went wonky. Okay, so okay, let me be able to see that. Anyway, so that's kind of where things are at right now. That's the most current stuff. Finding that out. Also knowing that the satellite that was originally being used on me has shifted and changed into something else, and it's been quite the situation. Okay, so it's just mind-boggling that they have carte blanche. Where the hell is the I'm sure they've got it within their own community, within the businesses. Hi, ma'am. It's a pleasure meeting you. Hearty greetings from Northeast India. Oh, well, hello. Welcome. Welcome to my live broadcast. My name is Nikki Jacobs. I am a psychic medium, ET abductee. That's going to be an interesting one for some folks to handle. And right now we're talking about CIA. We're talking about U.S. government, corporate conglomerate, information, MIB, Men in Black, and information that the U.S. government has on ufology dating back to 1932, 1933. So yeah, that's where kind of things stand right now. I'm glad you came in. I hope you like what you hear and the information, and feel free, hit the like and subscribe button and share it out if you can. I believe me, I understand when folks can't, so I get it. Yes, yeah. Drew has I can validate that. Drew has experienced 2 to 3 CIA teams. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not fun, and you can stop them. You can actually shut their psychic link off. Talk to me privately. I will teach you how to do it. Will not frickin' teach their goddamn asses, but I'll teach you how to do it. Anyway, because I believe our strength, the public, because hello, I'm part of the masses, the public, you know. I believe that when we come together, we are stronger and more powerful. And I think that we really need to come together. And that is something that a lot of what is taking place right now is government really doesn't want the ufology community to be. Now, this is my personal opinion. Also, this is what I've been told, not only by the other side, but by very specific people in ufology who do have the knowledge. That they don't want. There's too many people coming out. That's how it was put to me. There's way too many people in ufology coming out and talking about their experiences. Well, we need to be doing more of that, because that then takes their control away from their narrative, and it's a bullshit narrative. So, okay, Artun is asking, hey Nikki, was there a year in the book when the book was bound? Yes, there was. Just a second. I don't know if I want to get back into that memory, because that specific memory opens up certain things in my memory. And I've got that whole series of memories locked down in a very specific way, because I was trained by somebody how to lock it down. Let's hang on a second. Let's see if I can do this without opening those very well locked cabinet drawers, shall we say. Actually, it's not a cabinet drawers, it's a room. A room in which, in my mind, they tried to access the the first rounds of military tried accessing, and they kept going up in scale trying to find somebody that could actually find that room. Well, that's another interesting story in and amongst itself. Hang on a second. Let's see if I can do this. See if I can pull this one piece of information out. No, I can't. Yeah, I've got, no, I can't access that. Which is one of the reasons why I say 83, 84, 85 regarding the end date of the book, because at this moment in time, I have those 3 years stuck in my head at the surface level, but I do not remember, because of how I've got these memories locked down. I've blocked those memories from myself for my own protection, to protect my life, basically. Sorry, tailbone. So, you're also dealing with somebody who's had a back injury, or a couple of them actually, and so you might, one of the nicknames I get periodically is Squeaker, because when I move, I have a tendency, because the pain is so strong and I can't scream, I squeak. So those that have been around me long enough know. They're like, oh. And those that just are like, whoa. Those that don't know, they kind of freak out. So I'm just giving you a heads up if I go to move. And you hear me squeak. Drew. Yes, she's okay. Wait a minute. Let's scroll back down. Knowledge is the new danger. Yeah, knowledge is the new danger. Very much correct on that, Drew. If they can't get through to her, they come to me, and I've actually told them to F off a few times. Yeah, it was like that with a couple of other friends too, Drew. And so you're not you're not the only one out of my friends. That's why there's very specific people I will converse with information, but there's a lot of things that I don't talk about because I do not want to put my loved ones, my friends and my family in jeopardy and danger, because this is a big deal. I do not want somebody to become unalived because of my knowledge and because they're targeting me. That's not okay. And they target it, it's I already know what I can do. And I got one of the things that I got told today, it's one of the reasons why they want me. So I'm a rarity. And I didn't know how rare of a rarity I actually was until today. I knew it, but to be told by some, it really kind of flipped me out. So I will probably be having a hard time tonight. So giving my friends a public forewarning. Keep an eye on me in the next couple of days because I'll be processing all this information, and I won't be a blubbering idiot, but I will be somebody who's going to be going, "Holy, what did I learn? Oh my God!" And then I'll be going into little kid mode and watching cartoons, certain cartoons, and that kind of thing. Little Kim, I used to read the CIA World Face Fact Book as a teenager, thousands of pages. Yeah, and there are a lot of things that are public that have been unredacted, shall we say, and re-released via other methods. Wild Willow, you look pretty. Thank you. I appreciate that. Said hi, saying hi back. And Robert's in. Hi, Robert. It's good seeing you, dear. Something useful is what they will have. Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, this whole situation is so twisted with so many different twists and turns in this. And this is my daily life. I deal with this every day of my life. I mean, it's just it's how it is. Prayful oh, I know that name. Hi, hello, wish you a very nice day. Hi, I'm glad you've joined. I'm glad you've joined us. Joined us. Artoon, why don't we, everyone in the chat, all send protection energy throughout the next day to protect you? Yeah, the next few days, actually. But yes, that would be appreciated because I'm here to tell you this is, I put it around the outside of my home, not me physically, because that I can, I'm very good at protecting myself, but there have been a few times that have been quite an eye-opener, quite a mind bender as to how I've had to do things, how I've had to redo a lot of my protection methods because of how this is. You're dealing with other psychics. A lot of these CIA people, I've named them. I actually know their first names. There's only, gotta think about this a second. There's two of them where I actually have their last name, their first and last name. And one of them was, the last name was given to me by somebody else because that person and I were talking. They're a very, very strong psychic medium. And we were having a conversation about completely different subject. Totally and completely different subject. And out of the blue, this person just spit out the last, and this person goes, "Oh my God, that's one of those CIA people that you call an asshat." And I'm like, yeah. I said, "Did you get a first name?" And they gave me the first initial, and I went, I know exactly who that goes to. I said, thank you. So there's that. And I've actually called out these CIA agents that are psychics or that are doing full on astral work. They're being paid for this, folks. Hello. They're getting an income. I am not. I'm not receiving one red frickin' cent for doing any of this. I don't get a dime. Have not received a dime about any of it. Would be nice if I did, but so and there's at least 3 agents where I can tell you exactly where they live. I can tell you what neighborhood. I can describe the inside of their homes, if they've got animals. I mean, to the letter. There's one that I call her the I wasn't sorry, I just had a different name that popped up in my head. And the name is Cat Shit Lady. That's not what I call her though. What I call her is Cat Litter Lady, because anytime she comes in, she's clean. She's had a shower, but because she's got cats in her home, she doesn't just have cats, but that's beside the point. She cleans the cat box before she goes to work. Doesn't matter if it's an hour before work or 2 hours before work, before she leaves, doesn't matter. The dust is literally on her body. And who smells it? Me. There have been a couple of times she's entered my home in the middle of the night or in the wee morning hours, and I've been in my living room, and I'm like, I do not own a cat. Why am I smelling cat shit? And because I'm out of it, and I didn't realize that I had a government asshat in my home, and I'm smelling her, and then I'm going, oh, son of a, it's the cat litter lady. Yeah. Because she literally smells like old dusty cat litter. So and it's funny because she's one of the ones that I've got first name, last name, where she lives, the inside of her home, the outside of her home, who she's taken for a lover. I mean, come on now. How much further do you really want me to go with that? So, hi, Hot Pepper, can you explain exactly what you're talking about? Okay, government. 1, I'm a psychic medium. 2, I'm an ET abductee. I'm in ufology. 3, when I was 17, 18, 19, I and 3 other family members were allowed access to a known government ufology book. It's not a fake book. This is not one of those stupid fake pieces of shit. This is real. And I have a photographic memory. And today's topic of conversation is a man in black, MIB, Men in Black, retired agent that I was on a podcast with on Saturday. Okay. And I got to have a private conversation with him and the host for 2.5 hours. And he informed me that he highly suspected that the government book was in the hands of, a copy of the book was in the hands, or the original documents at one point were in the hands of a subcontractor to the government. And not only would the subcontractor be extremely hyper vigilant about not having that information out, but would try to unalive me, which that's exactly what they've done. And the government would be pretty pissed off to find out over the fact that all of their documents on ufology between 1932 and 1985 and 1983, 84, 85 went out of the information went out, and 500 copies were made of that information, turned into a book, turned into an extremely thick book. And so, and because I've got a photographic memory, that's what this is about. So if you are interested in this information, please subscribe, please hit the like button, share it out, because this information does need to be put out there. And what I've come to learn is that we all in ufology need to come together more instead of subdividing us out and trying to rip us apart. We need to come together more. We need to stand firm. We need to stand strong. And we need to be speaking our truths and what have happened to us, especially those of us who are ET abductees. And I've been an ET abductee as far as I remember from the age of 4 years old. But I've been told by other psychics and other friends, friends who are psychics, that it goes back to when I was inside my mom as an infant. So that's where that's your summary right there. That's your summary. Okay. Oh, wow. How do we get a copy of the book? Can you tell about your alien abduction? Very interesting. Yeah, you're welcome. Can't get a copy of the book because the 500 copies are owned by the quote unquote collectors. Those, a group of collectors is what they're called. The collectors is multi-millionaire, billionaire type of people. Okay, it's locked down. So some of the family members of these individuals don't even know that their parent or their family member has a copy of that book. It is guarded within the family. Then there are other families where it's very well known and it's not discussed within within the family. It was discussed at one time. So Little Cam, Chat GPT has hints on it. Really? Didn't know that. That's good to know. That's really good to know. Hot Pepper Ruff's child being one family. I don't know who the families are. I can only make assumptions. I don't want to know who the families are. I literally, last year, because I was being targeted in such a way, whoa. Sorry, I just got a psychic hit. It's about somebody I know. That's interesting. So basically, boy, that totally threw me off. Totally messed me up. God, totally goofed me up. And what I was going to say. The person's fine and will be fine. That's not the issue. It's, wow. Okay. Okay, that's totally throwing me. Sorry, guys. Anyway, so yeah, these collectors, they have a copy of the book. And when last year, that's what I was going to say, last year, or even the year before that, when during one of my angry moments, when during one of my lives, which it doesn't happen very often, but when it does, one of the things that I publicly said is, what are you going to do, government? Are you going to unalive every single 500 of those families? You're talking a lot of people. You're not just talking 500 individuals who own that book. You are talking about every potential for their family members as well, because you would have to verify that every family member knew about it, or didn't know about it. And how are you going to do that? I mean, that no way. So the fact that I've even come out about this, the fact that so go back in Hot Pepper and look at some of my past uh, replays of my podcasts, of my channel, and there, in the description box, unlike today, because I'm on a new device and haven't figured out how to put a freaking description box in and do a forewarning and all my standard normal stuff in the description box as to uh, conversations and how the conversations flow and all of that kind of thing. But in the description box, you will have a summary, a timestamp and a summary of that timestamp. And I do that on almost every video record I've ever done, because there's so much information talked about in these videos that it can get inundating. I mean, it can be very overwhelming. And I want people that if they've got something that they really want to listen to on a specific subject, they can look at the summary. And it will at least give them, yeah, there are some things missed in the summary, but for the most part, you hit the main points in the summary. And that is a big deal in my book, especially when you're dealing with so much information. So that's one of the reasons why I do the description box the way I do it. But did you see, honey, I have a photographic memory. Okay, Hot Pepper. I also remember every page in that book. Some of the information is already out via other methods, other people, long ago. Some of the information is just now coming out. I'm only recognizing, we're talking presidents who have signed some of these documents. We are talking major player names in military officers, in non-military personnel, but definitely government personnel who have signed off actual signatures on these documents. Okay. So, so that answers your question for that. And that's one of the other reasons why I'm targeted, because, and I've always stated, there are 3 chapters, and I don't know what else to call them. There's not chapters in this book, but that's what the public knows as how books operate. You know, when you go to look at a book, you go to look at a chapter. And hi, Arnold. And so there's sections. The military, the retired man in black that I talked to on Saturday, he said just to start calling them sections instead of chapters. I said, because they're not, I literally said, they are not what you and I and the general public would classify as chapters. But I don't know what else to call them. And he just said, call call them sections. Just call them sections. Large sections, small sections, and go about it that way. And I'm like, that's a very good way to say it. So I might start calling them chapter sections instead, because or section chapters, I don't know, something along those lines, because these really aren't chapters, but what else the hell do you call them? Okay, wow, thanks. Can we go back to your abduction? Yeah, just a moment. Hot Pepper, can you tell us something that were in the book? Yeah, I have over the course of the last 3 years. Every race of ET, and there were a lot of them. There were multiple pages of every race. Matter of fact, it wasn't just the names. There were names, descriptions, UFOs that they knew about. They knew who the UFO, the kind of UFO went to. There's all kinds of information. There's 3 chapters in the book that and really it boils down to 2 that I have stated that to me they are way too high security to ever be released to the public. But everything else in that book, everything else, we're talking over 1,000 pages, way over 1,000 pages of information that should be out in the public. And there have been a couple of times where I've been hit so hard with weaponry and microwave energy weapons, where I literally, my skin felt like I was on fire. I got so pissed off at that I'm like, okay, you MFers, I'm going to start talking. And we're going to have a conversation publicly about everything in that book, because those 3 chapters are going to be off the mark. You keep hitting me, this is what's going to happen. And it's like, I did something else instead. I did something that I shouldn't have done, energetic wise. To protect myself, though, it was really in protection of myself. It wasn't more in retribution or vengeance. It was, although I got told by a couple of deceased family members, Nikki, that's really vengeance and not retribution. There's a difference between the two. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. So, but when it comes to protection, there's a very different form of things that you can do, energetic wise. And there's a lot of things that I already do. This has been going on since 2019, and I am so over it, way over it. And there have been times where some of these CIA government assets in Astral come into my home, and I'm like, really? You can't get enough of me. Really? You're just going to stand there, twiddle your thumbs, and watch me. Oh, gee, I'm going to watch TV now. Oh, gee, I'm going to be cooking right now for the family. That's what you're going to fucking watch? Or you're going to watch me go for a walk? Or do whatever, or write my notes in my book? I mean, my notebook. I mean, do you know how many of these I do a lot of these things. You journal notes. If you're an ET abductee, for God's sake, whatever you do, journal. I kid you not. And if you can't write it down, physically hand write it down, type it or speak it into a computer or a laptop or whatever you've got, because you need to document. That is how I found, if I had not have started documenting all of my things and taking pictures of all the surgery marks that the ETs were doing and all the I call them ET tramp stamps. Those are ET US military stamps, folks. Those are not solely ET. Now it's a different ballgame. It's a completely different ballgame. You get a triangle mark on you, you are most likely, not always, but most likely some part of a government ET program in one of those programs. So just pay attention to that. What's my story? I'm an ET abductee since, as far as I know, 4 years old. Yeah, Angelica, to protect myself. When it boils down to it, you have to do whatever it takes to protect yourself. Yep, I completely agree. Wow, are we humans safe from the alien races from your experiences and knowledge of what's in the book? Okay, if I have to go about it from the book, with what the government has on it, and that was back then. So that was 1932 to 1983, 84, 85. Different ball game versus now. Completely different ball game. So back then, I would say I would be calling into question everything. Absolutely everything. Were they nefarious? What were they? And I'm not talking government, I'm talking ETs. Were they nefarious? Were they this? Were they that? I mean, everything. There are a number of things that would have put fear factor into me. And now I understand that I have been abducted by 3 groups. First group, I still can't figure out. I mean, I know who they are. I don't know the name of their races. Okay. My mom and I were abducted on I-5, literally on I-5 in Northern California. Well, technically, I suppose you would say Southern Oregon into Northern California, in the 1970s. Right off of I-5, wheels were still spinning on the van. Okay, they took us right up. So you've got that. That's one group. Then you've got a group where I've got a soul contract. And I know some people are not going to understand this, but I have learned that I have a soul contract with the Arcturians. They are blue. Some of them look like a blue version of a gray, a tall gray alien. Some of them have hair, some of them do not. Their eyes are almost always blue. Their skin is almost, when they're in their relaxed state and natural normal around you, they are blue. Their skin is translucent. They do look human in many levels. There are ones that I would classify as a hybrid gray / hybrid Arcturian. Those are the ones that look like they've got the gray body, the long skinny torso, big head, big egg-shaped head, chicken eggs shaped head, but bigger in the head, big blue eyes. Unless they have to put in their contacts to protect their eyes, those are going to be black. These beings, these ETs, they are a pale version of blue, very pale version. Oh God, really pale version of blue. But they've got the body of the gray. Then you've got the Arcturian that is all Arcturian. They are about 6.5 to 7 feet tall. A little over 7 feet, depending. And I usually know my measurements pretty good. I have not read chat. I will get there in a moment. Their skin is translucent. It's Caucasian in color. It has a translucent layer to the skin. So the Caucasian will come out when they need to appear human. Okay. When they're in their natural state, I don't know what else to call them, they will be blue. When they're in a different state, I don't know what else to call it, because they do not have emotions. They're very legalistic. It's a whole nother ball game. They are a seafoam green. So I've seen them to where you have this layer over what looks like Caucasian skin, and that layer will turn seafoam green and then blue. When they are completely relaxed around you, they are completely blue. And it's a specific color of blue, I might add. Their eyes, like their irises, are, because I've done art for so many years in my life, it took me a long time to find the right color of blue on Earth. As we know it, it's called cerulean blue. And there are ETs that are of the Arcturian race where the entire eyeball, the white part, is blue, as well as the iris. I mean, it is a mind bender. So there's that. Yeah, man. Okay, so Arnold. Okay, wait a minute. No, I answered hot peppers. Para. I joined late, so I may have missed it, but is that conversation you had last Saturday publicly available now? The live version of it is, the actual show is. The private that was a 2.5 hour show. Hit me up privately, Para. I'll have a conversation with you about that. And my real take on it. And brain fart, sorry. The 2.5 hour conversation after the show, after the live, no. None of that was recorded. None of it. There were only 3 of us on the call, on the video call. And the MIB did not show himself publicly during the live broadcast. He actually went on camera between me, the host, and him. So I got to see what he actually looked like. And he actually resembles a couple of people that I know. I mean, it kind of flipped me out a little bit, but I didn't say that to him. Arnold, are you worried about speaking so openly about it? Has there been any backlash? Yeah, I'm a targeted individual by the government, and really by corporate conglomerate kiss asses to the government. So in other words, subcontractors. So you're looking at aerospace industry. Okay. So there's your answer to that one. Yeah, you're welcome, Para. Drew, the CIA has bothered Nikki and me, Arnold. Yeah. So Drew is a friend of mine, and there's been a couple of people in my chat. Well, hell, over since the very beginning, that I started doing my live broadcasts. They, some of my friends have been targeted because of me. And that I can't begin to tell you how badly that pisses me off, because they don't have the knowledge, and these people think that they do, and they don't, because there's only certain things that I will tell my friends, and other information I keep to myself so that I can protect my loved ones. Not okay with them coming after friends and family. And yeah, I've had family come after, so I become Mama Bear when it comes to that stuff. Hot Pepper, are these aliens a threat? Oh, I'm glad you asked that again. Thank you. I wanted to get back to that. What did they do to you and your mom? Thank you for explaining. Well, okay, regarding my mom, I only found out this year that, oh, here's the other thing. I'm pretty much alone in my family now. Yeah, I've got cousins. They don't know diddly boo one. Not a remote damn thing about any of this. Both of my parents are now dead. I lost my mom in February of this year. And the last number of she's been with me almost the entire time. If she's not with me, she's with my adult son. She's with other family members and checking on people. And I've had my moments where I'm like, oh my God, Mom, I miss you. Even though you're here and I can hear you and you're talking to me, I still miss you. I miss your physical presence. I want to be able to actually hug my mother, physically hug my mother, and I can't do that because she's on her own new journey now. And I have a very different take on death than a lot of other people. So, there's that. But what did they do to my mom and I? Do you know the movie Cowboys versus Aliens? There's a scene in that movie where the lead character, I cannot think of the guy's name, I can't think of the actor's name at this second, and his fiance are on a table. So, spoiler alert if you've not seen this movie. They're on a table, and a 9-foot tall ET is ripping open his Daniel Craig. That's who I was thinking of. Thank you, Para. So Daniel, as the character is on a table, he's essentially watching his woman on another table. The ET is right here. He sees the back of the ET, and all you see is her going back and forth because this ET is ripping her insides out and doing horrible, horrible things. And all you see is her body going back and forth like this. I have a memory of my mother on a table where it was the same kind of situation. When I first saw that movie, I shut down. There's certain reasons why I don't watch certain movies anymore. Or there's not certain movies. There are certain reasons why I don't watch a lot of movies anymore. Because they trigger me. This is a scene that it took me, oh God, I think I had to watch it 4 times before I could finally, what's the right words? I had to work through what the trigger was, because the first time I saw it, I shut down and I could not understand why. And it wasn't until I started having other flashbacks that I had a memory of being on board that ship. And it was very, that was not a happy, it's not a happy camper. So it took me 4 rounds, really took me 5 rounds, but it took me 4 rounds to be able to come to flashbacks of an ET abduction. SAMAR, hello, welcome to my chat. I'm an ET abductee, I'm a psychic medium. We were talking about we were talking about MIB earlier, and right now we're finishing up with watching a movie, and well, I'm not finishing up, I'm continuing on, talking about how this one movie, Cowboy versus Aliens, created a trigger memory in me. And here's the other thing. I advocate for those who want to do Hypnosis regression. That's great for other folks. I'm choosing not to. So my memories are all natural memories. I'm unblocking them slowly, bit by bit. And it's been a real difficult time in doing that. So in answer to Hot Pepper, what did they do to you and your mom? That's what I remember from that one instance when we were literally taken off the freeway in the middle of the night in the mountains on I-5, somewhere between Southern Oregon into Northern California. And well, I think it was more Southern Oregon than it was. I'm still trying to. I've only ever passed that spot like 3 or 4 times in my life since then. And every time I get my gut just seizes up. Now I understand why. So there's that. So I don't do, I do, I have trigger a lot of different things where I've said, okay, I accept this. I don't necessarily like it, but I accept the fact that I'm an ET abductee. You got to get to that stage in your life. You've got to either accept it, and if you don't, then that's a totally different ballgame. Oh, that's a whole nother subject. Hang on, let me get done with responding to Hot Pepper. So what did they do to you and your mom? So that was a memory of me and my mom. Okay. That's the only memory that I've got of me and my mom on board ship. I was 5 years old at the time. Okay. I have a lot of memories of being on board ET ship. That's the other thing that you need to understand. There's a big freaking difference between an ET ship versus a U.S. government / global government's ship that is reverse engineered, and yes, they have them because I've been on them, where they have it's a ET ship, but it's built by humans, and the technology for it flying, or them, I should say, not it, but them flying, because there's a fleet of them. Oh, and I don't think I've ever said that. I don't think I've ever said that before out of all this time that I've talked about this. But anyway, so the global governments of this planet have ships that are out flying. The moon is a base. That's a whole nother subject. Now we're getting into a whole different ball game here, folks. Been there. Jump rooms are real. That's a whole nother subject. Mars has its own base. That's a whole nother subject. And I know that both from personal experience. I know that from here's the other thing that I haven't said yet. I am in one of a number of different hybridization programs. So I am the biological mother of thank you, Gibberish. Thank you, Gibberish Monster. I appreciate that. Thank you. So I've got 30 hybrid children, or 31, excuse me, hybrid children. Do I remember all of them? No. ETs have blocked some of those memories. That's what some of them do. So there's that. So that's a whole nother group that I'm taken by. So I'm taken by, or I was as a child taken by this one group where my mom and I were taken. Then I'm taken by the Arcturians, who are blue, who also happen to work with what I call the tall whites. They are 7 foot tall gray ETs, but their skin is so pasty gray that even at 3 feet, 6 feet, it looks white. So and they don't have any hair, but I call them the tall whites because I don't know what else to call them. And that group I've got a soul contract with for them putting me into a hybridization program. And according to what I've learned in this lifetime, I've had numerous past lifetimes where I've had that agreement. That has been a mind bender to me. I mean, out of everything, I mean, there are things that just boggle my mind, and I'm like, oh my God, how do I get my human brain to wrap around this information? Holy crap. So there's all of that involved with it. Okay, how did you deal with them? Any tips? I too get such flashbacks, and even I unknowingly react to them physically or by saying something. Oh, it's hard. Very difficult to deal with. When I start going through, okay, I need to get rid of that. Hang on 1 second. The bit of business here. Off, 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 off. Okay, now I think I've got that. Okay. So how I deal with things that trigger me. I'm extremely thankful and grateful for the counseling that I had in the 1990s, because I was taught by a very wonderful counselor who at the time did a very good form of NLP, neuro linguistical programming. Now, that phrase or set of names has gotten a really bad rap. This individual did it the right way, in my opinion. And because of them, I went through my counseling. Now, I went through counseling for something completely different. I am also a survivor, a childhood sexual abuse survivor. I was in a daycare in the 1970s, and licensed daycare by the state of Washington. I live in Washington State, and had that horrible experience because of the daycare's 15-year-old son. Okay, I was 7 years old. So I went through counseling in the 1990s for that. And I thank God for this counselor, because he helped me work through and reteach me proper things and how to deal with different things. And I have relied on that knowledge, on those teaching skills that I was taught, or teaching techniques that I was taught, in how to deal personally with when I get triggered. And so I take very good care of myself, or I try to. I allow myself to go through, now this is what I do. Everybody's different. Do what works for you. Okay, why is my computer acting up? Come on, thank you. So one of the things that I do personally is I allow myself to go through a grieving process. Okay. I use different phrases or different words. I call them code words. They're not code words by any stretch of the imagination. I just don't know what else to call them. I remember my counselor at the time called them something specific, but because it was counseling and I was emotional, I didn't retain the name. I know I've got it written down somewhere because I had to keep notes. I had to keep journal notes. That was the other thing. That was the other thing. I hated keeping journal notes back then because I was a mom of a very young child. Low back table, not fun. So, and I was type A personality, so I was constantly go, 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 do, do, do. I was an advocate back then, unregistered, unlicensed with anybody, but it's what everybody called me. Even attorneys called me an advocate. That's a whole other subject. So I used to get called by attorneys. Was it quality, credible witness with integrity? That is what I used to get called, always. And that was in the 1990s because I was advocating for women and children. Some of them trying to escape different situations, and I became known as the information lady. I became known as the sentinel. Then I became known as the angel. Then I became known as the sentinel angel. So there will be things out there known as the sentinel angel. That's me, in some fashion or form. And so what I learned to do with the triggers is I allow myself to go through the emotion, but I refuse to allow myself to live there. So it's a process, and that is why I call being an ET abductee a process. It is a process because you will likely spend the rest of your life processing out your experiences in one fashion or form. So as an ET abductee, you go through flashbacks and trigger memories. You process those emotions out. You process out what was done to you, willingly or unwillingly, of your choosing or not of your choosing. You process it out. There are different levels of grieving stages as an ET abductee. And you go through the denial stage, all the way through the anger stage, all the way through the healing stage. And it's hard because this is doing your dark work. I can't remember what it's called at this second. It's gray. It's dark energy work, and you've got to work through it. You got to work through it, and it's not easy. It is not easy. But look at what you've come through already. Look at what you've survived. You survived it. You're stronger than the emotion. It's hard as shit, but it can be done. You can live through it. It's really tough. It's easier said than done. Believe me when I say that is so much easier than said than done, but you can get through it. And this is what I want people to know. There are support groups out there. They're few and far between, especially credible or quality ones, but they are out there. The other thing is that there are very few, even fewer counselors out there. And there's a lot of hypnosis regression therapists out there. You got to be very careful, because you do not want somebody who does that kind of work who is giving you little nudges and ended up not deliberately trying to, but ends up creating false memory stuff. And that is this is one of the reasons why I don't want to be doing the regression hypnosis. But I don't have any problem with anybody else doing it. If that's where you need to go for, then do it. Do what works best for you. Me, I know that I can't do it. It's not only that I'm choosing not to, I know that I can't do it because I know that at some point in my life, I'm 57 now, at some point in my life, I'm going to be in front of a group of officials. I've seen it time and time and time again via psychic visions. This is not something I want by any stretch of the imagination. However, if it helps to bring about information, if it helps to reveal information that government, deep government, is doing with corporate, conglomerate agencies, then yeah, companies, then yeah, I will talk about it. If that's what it means that I have to do, the thing that I learned through my counselor back in the 90s is that when you do hypnosis regression, you can, court of law will throw out opposing counsel, opposing attorneys will throw out and rip you a new asshole. They'll throw out every memory that you've ever had. And it doesn't matter if it's legit memories, everything gets called into question. And if I truly am going to be what I have psychically seen in front of officials talking about this, talking about what I remember, talking about my experiences in whatever fashion, even if it's about the book, if I'm actually doing that in the future, I don't want any opportunity for anybody to come at me and say, you're full of shit because you had hypnosis regression. No way. No way. Not going to put up with it. So I'm making a deliberate choice not to go that route. As much as I really want information, this is for my protection. And I'm very thankful that I have that information from my past in the 1990s when I was going through that counseling. Because stop it, stomach. Sorry, I'm getting growly. It's after 9 p.m. here, and I ate a little something, but it wasn't the full meal. So before the show, I hate calling this a show. It's a live broadcast. Anyway, before this podcast, this live broadcast of a podcast. Anyway, so my stomach's getting a little growly right now. Speaking of which, hang on 1 second. Got my UFOI team mug, pulled it out of the cabinet. I'm like, well, all right, since we're gonna be talking about this stuff. Team I was on a number of years ago. Flipper, whoever you are, you crack me the fuck up. This person says, live ya life, folks. Don't listen to banter. You're normal. You're beautiful. This woman is on the verge of Alzheimer's. F you, buddy. Don't believe in ufology, then get the hell out. Don't believe in UFOs or ETs or anything I'm talking about, then why the hell are you even bothering to be here? Bye-bye. Anyway, be nice, play nice. I will play nice right back. You pull this bullshit with me, I won't be nice. All right, so hot pepper. Nope, I gotta go back up. I've been lurking. Oh, no, I got to go back up even further. Flashbacks of what? How did you deal with them? Any tips I took? Okay, I went through that. Allow you to go through whatever physical you need to go through. Allow your emotions to come out, but don't stay stuck. That's the key. All right. So, Samar, that's just how I'm calling you right now because I don't know how you want me to pronounce that. I don't know what SAMAR stands for. Excuse me. So that said, don't stay stuck in your emotions. Allow the process to happen. Do whatever it is that you need to do in a healthy way. Okay? Try to stay away from drugs. Try to stay away from drinking. Try to stay away from things that will numb you. Okay? This is about feeling and processing emotion. Okay? So there's that. The gibberish monster, I've been lurking, but all this is very interesting. Cool channel. Thank you for that, gibberish. I appreciate that. Thank you for that, monster. I think I should call you monster instead of gibberish. Anyway, you mentioned thousands of pages. Were you referring to the secret book? Was it that thick? Yes, thousands. Hang on a second. At my old tape measure. Oh, God. Hang on a second. I gotta go through my memory banks. It was somewhere between 10 inches and 14 inches thick. Yeah, thousands of pages, dear. So there's the answer to that question. Hot Pepper, I'm so sorry for the loss of your dear mother and the horrible experience. Another question is, are the MIBs human or something else? Thank you again for the explanation. Yeah, you're welcome, hon. So, okay, as I understand it, there are human MIB, men in black. There are I'm getting tongue-tied. There are human men in black. There are, to my knowledge, some type of ET that is a men in black. But I don't quite understand or grasp the exact concept of how they operate, how they function, how they even come into play. Now, I do know that there are numerous races of extraterrestrial that are both extraterrestrial and Earth-based terrestrial living on and in this planet. I know that. So whether or not it's ones that are actual extraterrestrial off-world or actual terrestrial that are in planet, I don't know. I just know that they are not human. Okay? And how they come into play and how they know information, I don't know. I can make subjection, estimation, that kind of thing. But whoa, I just got a hierarchy. Holy cripes. Holy cripes. And they came with an angel. ET, I'm getting told they are ET. They are not, quote unquote, they are not of this planet. They are okay, I'm going to repeat what I'm being told. They are not of this planet. They are observers. They are watching. Well, then why aren't they being classified as the Watchers? Because there's the ETs that are known as the Watchers. Whoa. You screwing with my body. Hello. Ooh. Okay. Holy merd. Okay. Quote unquote, you got the information. Not telling you any. Why did you put me on alert, though? Because you were talking about you. Okay, clarification. And they're separating now. They're like spanning out. Angel is sticking around, not saying anything. It's a male, or that has male energy. And the hierarchy is like dissipating. It's like the energy is, wow. So apparently that had to be vocalized. Whoa. Okay, now I'm getting lightheaded. Wow. Okay, folks. That was interesting. It's been an interesting week. Kid you not. Ever since middle of last week, it has been a live wire. I mean, it every single day has had something significant in it. Wow. Okay. Um well, there's your answer, Hot Pepper. Little Cam. Philip J. Corso is a great author for the UFO industry, though. Yeah. Flipper and their comment. Little Cam laugh out loud. Firestar. Oh, hello, Firestar. Welcome to my channel. Welcome to my live broadcast. Ancient Blood Frequency Perception Specialist. Old Crystal Key Ring. This planet is pre-consciousness. It became conscious before the universe. 9. So all with earth blood are separate from the universe. We are not to mix outside races. They are collective consciousness of the universe. If we mix, they will become sad. They are no more. They need to make polarity. That's what they are coming to life as separate and together. Creation of conscious reality through observation. Have a good night. Good night, Firestarter. No, Firestar, excuse me. Wow. Even my coloring went off. Wow. Okay. And I'm like, my body, part of my body is on alert. The other part of my body is in a form of higher consciousness state. Wow. Oh, this is going to be fun coming down from this one. This is an all-nighter to come down from this stuff. I'm glad I'm taking tomorrow off because I kid you not, this is going to be a while for me to come down. Oh, Robert, care to help me come down, please? There's only a few people that I know that can actually get the energy when it gets up that high. Well, it's not that high, but it's up high enough to where I need help coming down. This is one of those. The first time this ever happened, when I went into a form of higher consciousness, talking to you. Oh, it was a hierarchy. So when it hang on a second, when it first happened to me in 2018, end of 2018, end of 2019, somewhere in that time frame, I was in higher consciousness like for weeks. I was basically getting anywhere from 1 to 3 hours a night of sleep, if that. There were days, there were actually almost a week where I wasn't sleeping. And it got to the point to where I was in such bad shape because of being in constant higher consciousness state, I couldn't get down. It took 3 psychics, Robert being one of them, Robert White being one of them, to help bring me down. back into my body. Matter of fact, I ended up in the ER. And the doctors were like, we don't know what's wrong with you. You're dehydrated. You're this, you're that. I'm like, grant you, I'll take the dehydration, but the other shit, you're full of shit. You're full of shit. And it wasn't until I think like 2 or 3 days after that where I put out the word to some of the psychics I knew, and it took it took Robert and these other two psychics to actually, because I was in such a higher consciousness state for over 6 weeks, something like 6 to 8 weeks. I really started to break down. I started to break down physically and emotionally. And when the three psychics came together and they corralled the energy and started to drop the energy down in me, everything, all the mucous membranes opened up. When it happens to a physical body, to a human physical body, what happens to us is that it releases all the mucous membranes in the entire body. So everything just went whoosh. And my eyes, I wasn't crying, but my eyes would not stop running. Ow! Okay, now what the hell are you doing? Holy crap. Anyway, so, I got really high pitch now. That's hierarchy. Okay, apparently I'm not supposed to be talking about that anymore. Anyway, okay, so Arnold, can you explain, if you can, what that was talking to you? Okay, so a hierarchy is, there are angels, and then there are hierarchies. And hierarchy can be, for example, King of the Fae, or I can't say that. Or King of the Fairies, or their royalty. Their royalty in the angelic realms. Well, they're more than just the angelic realms, but apparently there was information that needed to be said. I became the mouthpiece. Some people call that channeling. I do not call that channeling. That is mediumship abilities. There's a difference between channeling and mediumship abilities, and anybody who knows me, and I know you don't, and this is not directed at you because you don't know this. But yeah, fuck, I lost my train of thought. I was trying to say something and trying to use an example, and the example got, I think I'm done. Wow. Anyway, channeling. True channeling is where you take an entity and a spirit or an ET or whatever into your body, and you allow it into your body. It's very, very different than mediumship abilities and all the psychic abilities and all of that. Hello to the 17 people in and out of my chat, listening and watching. So anyway, there's that aspect of it. Well, with me, that doesn't work, Flipper. He's saying FBI teaches that constantly looking to the left is the best physical way to see if someone's lying. That's my left. That's my right. Hierarchies come in usually off to my right, and spirits usually leave off to my left. Memories for me can be anything from up above, below, or off to my left at any level. Some memories, depending upon the kind of memory, can be off to my right. I don't pull punches and I don't fucking lie. And you're still here. Why are you still here, Flipper, if you're gonna be doing that bullshit and being a troll? You didn't like this information, so why are you still here? Okay, if you, let's see, Arnold, if you haven't already been contacted, you'd be a great guest on some big podcast. Yeah, actually, I have been. I was part of the UFOI team in Seattle, Edmonds, Linwood, Everett areas of Washington State. We did a weekly live broadcast every week. I've been on a number of podcasts. I've been on live radio, on regular terrestrial radio. Amy, say the word. Which word? The F word? Oh, that word. Yeah, you I have no problem in you getting rid of that individual. Yeah, go for it. At least from commenting, because I'm not gonna but they're not as bad as some of the other ones are. Okay, thank you for that. That I appreciate. Flipper is saying, you're very interesting and seem intelligent. Yeah, I appreciate that. You're just trying to wrap your brain around it. I get it. I get it. This is a large subject to wrap your brain around. Believe me, when I say I've had a lot to wrap my brain around, try meeting an ET who tells you they're 2,500 years old. I lost my ever-loving shit over that one. Truly. I really did. Took me almost a complete year. The first month I was in utter and total and complete denial. I was like, you're full of shit. You're full of shit. Nope. I kept repeating it. Hell, Amy could tell you that. There's a number of people, Amy, Drew, Robert, there's a bunch of people that can tell you that I was like, no way. No way. That's bullshit. No way. Well, yeah, it's not bullshit. It's very real. Some ETs can live 1,200 years. Some different races can live a hell of a lot longer than that. And this one, he was, oh God. When he was his true form, because he's a shapeshifter, when he was in his true form, he was close to 9 feet tall. Over 7. I always say somewhere between 7 and 9 feet tall. And when he shapeshifted into what I can only classify as a human form, and not many ETs shapeshift, just an FYI, and not many are telepathic, also just an FYI. Anyway, when he shapeshifted into what I can only classify as human form, he looked like he was 35 years old. 35. But yet he was 2,500 years old. I was like, how? How? Explain to me in detail how that is possible. I got told, I can't even explain it. I can't even explain it. I can't grapple with the information that's in my head about that subject and explain it to you. I have people who are very science-oriented in my life who are like, can you please explain to me that? And I'm like, oh my God. As a psychic medium, I talked to Einstein. Amy was involved in that conversation. She was asking him all kinds of questions. And I'm like, this is so far out of my purview. I'm like, what the hell? This is so far beyond anything. Yeah, I mean, and rest is conspiracy for me. I understand that. I was very much like that. I mean, when I started having memories, I mean, I've always had the memories, but they were blocked. I always had some form of the memory, but you chalk it up as a human because we are taught from birth not to believe in a lot of things. Our own movies, and that's when you get into the conspiracy side of this shit. And it feels like it's always shit because we are so controlled. And this is where it gets so frustrating to me. We are so controlled, whether it's via TV or movies, things in Hollywood, things in wherever else they're making movies, whether it's the UK, whether it's, oh God, some of the countries. I can't even think of the names of the countries, but yet I'm seeing them on a map right now in my head. The point is that we are so controlled across this planet. It's not just the United States. It's not just certain countries. It is across the entire planet. We are so controlled into thinking and believing that so many things are not possible. And when you find out that much of what you thought was not possible is possible, it is extremely difficult to wrap your mind around a lot of concepts. I have people who are very science-oriented. I have a woman in my life, a younger woman in my life, married with kids. Excuse me, I just made a liar out of myself. I hate that when that happens. Anyway, one child. Anyway, point is the fact that they are a scientist. A lot of what I talk about, they are an experiencer. They have a hard time wrapping their own mind around this stuff. And yet they know it. They know it to be true. They've seen things. They've experienced things for themselves. And yet they have the science background. And yet they themselves are very frustrated. I understand that. I was raised in a business environment, a family business environment, a very successful family business environment, I might add. I was raised where you had construction, where you had things were not necessarily black and white, but you want something done, this is how you go about doing it. Everything else, you look at other aspects. You look at the science of things. You look at the medical part of things. You look at this, you look at that. And it's all, but to wrap your mind around these subjects, yeah, it's really difficult. It's important, though. It's really important. As Amy, okay, Little Cam, they say we only have 7 chakras, but some go so far as saying we have hundreds. I'm one of those, Little Cam. I know we have hundreds because I've experienced them. 7 is just to get our mind to wrap around that we've got 7. And those are supposed to be the 7 main chakras going up from the top of the head down to the butt. But guess what? We have chakras in our hands. We have chakras in our arms, different sections of our arms, different sections of our body, as well as the core. We have them in our legs. We have them in our feet. And then we have the chakra system that goes from 7 on up. I used to clear people of their chakra blockages. There are a lot of people that know me for doing that for them. And when you do that, you've got to have, you need electrolytes with you. There's a lot of things that you need in order, because the physical body will have a reaction when you clear chakras. It's quite the thing, especially if you find, like, recently, somebody, how do I'm trying to be very careful in how I say this so that I don't reveal who this person is. There's somebody that I know in the last 2 weeks who, they and I were talking about a number of different factors. I brought up chakra systems, or system, not systems. And they talked about their chakras. And I said, do you know that at your 23rd, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, somewhere up there, in your chakra system, you've got a tree? You've got a blockage that is so bad that you've got a tree. It's literally growing like a tree. It's a blockage like a tree. And then you've got gunk underneath it, a number of chakras down. Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, I know about this. Yeah, I know about that. And I'm like, do you want me working on that? And they're like, no, not right now. I'm not ready. And I'm like, okay, that's your choice. It's your choice if you want to unblock your chakra system. It's your choice to open up your psychic abilities. Every human has psychic abilities, whether you choose to believe that or not. It's taught, I was going to say ingrained, but it's taught out of us. Unless you have, oh, holy crap on a cracker. And there's no way I can do that. Okay. Wow. All right. I just got a angel sign. I was going to try and do a screenshot. I can't do a screenshot. Damn. Sorry. And I that makes two. There's another one that just popped up. Anyway, so yeah, it's just, oh, we can have a conversation about reincarnation in just a minute. Okay, hang on. I gotta scroll back up. Flipper. Oh no, I'm open to believe it. My biggest question is, what is the universe? And I want to experience it for myself. Oh my God. There's so many galaxies within. Oh, that's a whole nother subject. Okay, and then Amy says, officially speaking, there are no ETs and we don't have a soul. Yeah, that's a whole nother subject, my dear. That's one where I would definitely seriously beg to differ, but you know, that's fine. Everybody's got their own beliefs. And I'm not saying that that's what she believes, because I know Amy. But, okay, Flipper, I would love to have something tell me what this world is, someone who knows for sure. Go talk to R. Keith Andrews. Look him up. I know what things are, I just don't know how to explain them. That's part of my dyslexia. That's my life. I know a lot of information, I just may not be able to explain all of it in a way that works for you. Artoon, I know a NASA scientist who took is it Qui-Gon? I think it's Qui-Gon, not Chi-Gon. With his other science friends. They were the last in the class to get the concepts. They thought about things too much and not let it flow. Yeah, I understand that. Artoon, go into yourself. Go into yourself if you want to know everything. Yeah, he's right. He's exactly right. Leo. Okay, I'm just going to call you Leo because I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Hello, I just subscribed to your channel now. I gave you a like. Thank you. I appreciate that. Very, very much. Most appreciated. Okay, Leo, your opinion on reincarnation. Yeah, it's very real. Very real. Matter of fact, I remember 100, still working on the third, but 100 and, I can confirm 102 lifetimes. um, I'm still kind of questioning the 103rd, but that's all right. That's usually how I am when I'm end up remembering, have triggers and end up remembering another lifetime. I'm like, okay, do I really need to go into that? Yeah, I really need to go into that. I really need to do this. I really need to do that. Shadow work. That was the words that I was trying to remember earlier. Hang on, I gotta write the word shadow work down, or the phrase. Yeah, different page. Shadow work. That was the words I was trying. Shadow work. Anyway, so yes, reincarnation is very much real. What would you say to, okay, and Arnold, what would you say to someone who is skeptical of your abilities? I have references. I have people who have witnessed my abilities. I've been on psychic teams, numerous different psychic teams, and some of the same psychic teams for different situations. I have a woman who is retired military who used to do emergency astral in a paranormal team, in an emergency paranormal team. And she and I worked together on a couple of occasions, in fact. And one of the times she told me, damn, Chica, don't ever let me piss you off, because she's seen what I can do. Yeah, I've got another angel number. How interesting. I find that fascinating. Anyway, okay. Skeptical. So that's how I would answer that. I've got witnesses. They can be, a person can be as skeptical as they want. That's up to them. That's their choice. I understand that. You don't know me from the next strangers. I get that. But I've got witnesses who know what I can do, and who've been on the receiving end. That's the other side. Depends on the good, bad, or the ugly side. Flipper, to believe something is to not know it. You don't say you believe your mother is your mother. You know it. Yeah, actually, my mother has been, okay, since you brought it up, and this is only because you brought it up, but I get what you're saying, and I'm not kibitzing with it. Whatever the hell that word is. Anyway, my point is, you know your mother is your mother, you know it. Yeah. Usually, most people do. Because a mother can be an adoptive mother. There's so many different things. You know, it's about whatchamacallit, love. Not unrequited. Oh my God. See, I'm getting tired, and I'm really starting to forget my words now. And that comes from the targeting that I've experienced. So, not unrequited. Unconditional. Thank you. Thank you, Dad. I appreciate that. That comes from unconditional love. You have somebody who's giving you unconditional love, then yeah, you usually know who your family is. If you've never experienced that, then that's a different ballgame, different subject altogether. Leo, you're welcome. Yeah. Little Cam, as a kid, I would always itch various parts of my body and would seemingly see the part I itched in coloration to what was in my surroundings, like on TV and whatnot. It was my first hint of psi. Yeah. I From infancy, because in cradle, I had a great uncle who made woodworking, made a cradle for my mom, for me, and I used to see spirits. They look like flesh people. Had that all the way up until I was 7 years old, where I had an incident with an ET who showed me herself while she was standing in my bedroom. Freaked me out so bad that I put a block on certain aspects of my abilities at 7 years old. So yeah. Little Cam, as a kid. Okay, I already read that. Leo, what would you say to an atheist who tell you that he don't believe in God? That's their choice. I know completely different, but that's their choice. They have a choice to believe in. An atheist has a choice to believe in anything they so choose to believe, just like a Christian, a Catholic, Jewish, any religion across this planet. You have the choice to believe what you want to believe. Do I follow suit with the atheist? No, I do not. And the reason I do not is, well, for a number of reasons, but one of the biggest reasons, when you meet God Himself, well, to me, He's a He. The energy of Source is neither male nor female, but I have always classified Him as male. I don't know why. That's just always been me from the time I've been a little kid. And when I've met Jesus, and those are situations brought about because of spirits who have died. I had a dear friend who died, who I didn't know had died. They were in a completely different state. I hadn't heard from them in like 6 months, and they had died it's like 4 or 5 months from the time I had last heard from them. I didn't pick up on it. I normally pick up on that kind of stuff. I didn't pick up on it, and the next thing I know, I've literally got Jesus coming to get me, going, this is what you need to do. I'm taking you to a level to where we're going to go. I've got somebody I want you to meet. And I'm like, what do you mean you've got somebody you want me to meet? And it was the most enlightening, beautiful, heart-wrenching at the same time, because I found out my friend had died, and how he died just broke my heart. And then it broke my heart for his kids, because he had 3 teenage kids, 3 young teenage kids. Well, oldest one was 17, if I remember correctly. Youngest one was 13, I think. But my point being, I grieved a great deal for my friend. And that's literally how I met Jesus, because He came and got me. He was requested to come get me, because I got told I wouldn't have believed it any other way. Now, when I met God Himself was when I was crossing over a 17-year-old female spirit who, she was from the 1800s, and she was terrified to cross over. Absolutely hardcore terrified. And I had to have my grandmother, my mom's mom, come in and help me with her. And God was very specific with me, and that was really when I'd crossed over spirits before, but that was really because of that situation. He came and He started talking to me. It was sometime after that I was working with a team of psychics and energy workers, and we had a very specific, dangerous situation. And I threw an adult temper tantrum because I didn't want to do what God was asking me to do. I was pissed. I didn't want to do it because I didn't want to be the responsible party. It was too big of a thing, and I didn't want to take that. And it really upset me. And I understand why now, but at the time I was pissed. Even though I was an adult, I threw a teenage temper tantrum. And I was like, I don't want to do this. And I threw a hissy fit over it, basically. So yeah, I get it. Everybody has their own beliefs and their own, they want to believe what they want to believe. I get that. I understand that. I've always, all my life, have known that there is a source. I've never been able to explain how I've always known that. I've always just called it my knowingness, or it's my knowing. That's what I used to call it growing up. So that's how I answer that question. It's everybody chooses to believe what they want to believe. It's your own choice. Life is about choices. And those choices take us down the pathway that we go. Whether it's a choice we want to make or not, whether it's a choice that we have no other option. We believe we have no other option. Well, it's a choice. It's still a choice. Whether we want to believe that or not, it's still a choice. So I get it. Everybody believes something different. Or for the most part, everybody believes something different. Okay, hang on a minute. I'm getting too far. There's atheist Drew. It's right by. Okay, I'm not gonna go there. Lil Cam. As a teenager, I could numb my entire body down on command while laying down. Yeah, same here. I could even focus the numbing to certain parts of my body. Yeah. Well, that really didn't hit with me until I was in my, let's see, married at 22. So it was about 26 when I was able to do that. Start being able to do that. I'm trying to do the timeline thing, and I'm like having a bit of a problem with it, but it's around that time frame. So I mean I understand that, Lil Cam. I've seen spirits my whole life and would just cover my head with the covers or go outside. Haven't seen anything in a while. If I described the few I've seen, would you know what the entity? Oh, you mean what the entity is? Depends on if it's a spirit or if it's an entity is different than most other things. I might be able to. Just depends. I've had a lot of experiences. I might be able to. Sorry, my skin's starting to itch again. Well, it's been itching. I've just ignored it, but I'm getting to the point because I'm getting tired. It's getting a little bit more itchier than normal, and yeah, I do have itchy skin, so that's part and parcel to health stuff. So, okay, answered that. Leo, your opinion on people who died, went up to heaven, saw Jesus, and their time wasn't up yet, and they returned to earth and talked about their experiences with Jesus. Okay, my opinion. So that is a it's NDA, near death, no, near NDE, excuse me, near death experience. That's what that's called. Near death experience is a completely different ballgame. Okay. So it usually means that that person has a lot left in their life that they're supposed to be doing. Or are meant to be doing, is how I suppose I should say that. But yeah, near-death experiences are very, very real. Very, very real. Artoon. Past life regression book Journey of the Souls says no matter what religion you come from, or even, I missed it. Come from, or even an atheists, all say the same thing of what afterlife is about. Okay, so keep going. Flipper, Artoon. So keep doing what I'm doing, good and evil, and know a higher power. Arnold, wow, do you do a meditation or trance-like technique to go into these higher states? Not anymore. I used to. It's just sometimes it has. So Arnold, in answer to that question, for me, it happens automatically. If there's an emergency and I need to be somewhere across the globe, hell for that matter, across the galaxy, no joke. I go into a form of higher consciousness that goes into a form of higher consciousness that can go. I can be in 4 to 5 places at the same time. Okay, it's not a joke. I do not make that. That is not a laughing matter to me. So basically, what ends up in the short end of the explanation, it's too long to get into, but the short end of the explanation of that is, depending upon the situation and how dire it is, I will have a higher consciousness form go out to one location, another one go out to another location, the third one out to another location, still be sitting, for example, still be sitting here in this chair or sitting wherever I'm at. And so I'll be out in 4 higher consciousness levels. They're different levels. Okay. And I can go to different places and I will see. It's different than remote viewing. It's completely different than remote viewing. I've had people that are long-time remote viewers tell me, oh, that's just remote viewing. No, it's not. This is completely different because I will be there. I will actually be in the room. I will actually, and because of my photographic memory, if I focus my attention a specific way, I will see everything that's in that room, or I will see the entire situation, smell the smells. It's like I'm actually physically there. And yeah, I have been told how rare that is. I get that. I understand that now. Yes, I did used to do a meditation to do it. Now it just becomes automatic. Can I do it right now? No. At this very second, no. I'm getting tired. But earlier, now here's the other thing that I haven't talked about, the hierarchies. When I've gotten extremely angry to the point of being enraged and having these kind of abilities, I'm very, very freaking careful because I can put out energy that can really do some damage. That said, I had a situation of, let's see, 2024. No, wait a minute. 2025. In 2023, I had a situation in 2023 where something detrimental had taken place. And it hit my instantaneous enrage mode. It takes a lot for me to get that. This was an extremely serious situation, which is why I hit that rage mode that fast. And I literally had 2 angels and 2 hierarchies start slamming my energy back into my body. I am telling you how painful that. There are no words to describe no words that I am aware of to describe how physically painful that actually is. you're in the process of about to explode with your energy, they don't want you to do that because, hello, the very first time I ever did that to protect myself from these government asshats who were attacking me psychically, I exploded in such a way that I wiped every spirit, every wannabe. That's a whole nother subject. We'll deal with that later. Every spirit guide, everything off of a piece of property that had God, it was an apartment complex with the building letters A through O. Each building, hang on a second, I got to think about this a second. Each building had 12 apartments in it. Okay. That entire property got wiped out because I went to protect myself in a very specific way. And I didn't know that that energy burst would be that strong to do that kind of thing. So for 2.5 days, after that incident in 2019, I found out what it was like not to have spirits going. Drove me nuts having spirits. You wake up and you've got anywhere from 9 to 15, usually 12, but 9 to 15 spirits standing around your bed having conversations with each other because they think you can't hear them. So, but because of that incident and me protecting myself, I found out what it was like not to have any spirits around, and it was silent. It was the very first time in my entire life where nobody was yammering on. And I felt very alone. That was the other thing, because I've had this all my life. Excuse me. I've had this experience my entire life. And because I've experienced it my entire life, I didn't know what it was like for everybody else that doesn't have it on a daily, regular, or even monthly or once a year basis. I mean, it was silent. Even the trees and the plants, because I work with tree energy and earth energy. I mean, they were like, I really made an impression, to say the very least. And so here in 2023, I was building that energy up because I had heard about this information, and it instantaneously triggered this automatic enraged reaction from me, which is extremely rare. And it was like pressure building on a bottle. And the only difference is that instead of exploding up, my energy was about to go up, out, forward, all the way around, all the way down. And they didn't want that happening. So I always say I had a hierarchy and an angel, but in fact, and what I've never said publicly since, well, no, I've never said this publicly until a few minutes ago, I actually had 2 hierarchies and 2 angels who were shoving my energy down really, really hard. And it physically hurt. I mean, it literally physically hurt. And I don't recommend it. No. Do not recommend. Your opinion on ghosts, and do you think they truly exist? I know they exist. There's a difference, though. There's a difference between spirits and ghosts. Okay? Hang on. I gotta move. Ooh, excuse me, folks. Okay, so anyway, so there's a big difference between spirits. In my opinion, there's a big difference between spirits and ghosts. Ghosts are earth, to me, how I look at it is ghosts are earthbound spirits. They have chosen to stay earthbound for whatever reason. Spirits have released themselves and go and come back. As some people call it, go to heaven and come back. That's not how I describe it, but that's how some people I've heard describe it. So they travel. They travel everywhere and anywhere. So yeah, I do believe spirits and ghosts exist. Amy, NDEs, yes, anyone who has had one has been sent back. In almost all cases, they did not want to come back and were forced. Yeah, number of folks have experienced that. This alone makes me suspicious of the benevolence of their system. I understand that. Flipper, first was an alien like around 3 feet tall. God, my eyes are acting weird. Hang on a second. First was an alien like around 3 feet tall, just staring at me while I was in the bed. Other was a kid in a cowboy hat walking toward me while I was in bed. A little girl would walk past my room a lot. You can actually have, now here's something that most people don't talk about. You can actually have ET spirits, deceased ET around you. I've got it. I've got 3 spirit guides, and I've got 1 ET spirit who is around me periodically. That was a mind bender when I wrapped my head around that one. That took me a while. The concept of that's a whole nother subject in amongst itself. The person goes on to say the girl would never scare me. The other ones always did. Yeah. If you have an ET that's 3 feet tall around you, it's very possible you're an ET abductee. But that's just my personal opinion. Things happen. It doesn't mean that you are, but the potential is there. Arnold, it's no weirder than us all existing in the first place. It's a supernatural world. We are not alone, that's for sure. Flipper, I know for the fact that these things are real. Beautiful orbs also just to hover over my pops while he was on hospice for years. Yeah, that's spirit. Well, okay, orbs can be anything, to be quite blunt. Orbs can be ETs. I've seen that. Orbs can be Sasquatch. I've felt that, not seen it. And I've also been told that by Sasquatch. That's a whole nother subject. So, yeah, I mean, I get it. I totally understand it. Orbs can be a lot of different beings, a lot of different entities. It's a gigantic subject, though. We're not getting into that. Leo, your opinion Ouija boards on Ouija boards. Oh, I do not like them. You're dealing with okay, this is a hot button topic. Hot button topic regarding Ouija boards. You'll get people, I know people that are psychic or have mediumship abilities or have a lot of other abilities and use them on a regular basis in their practice of doing whatever, for whatever. I am, because of my experiences and people that I know, I'm not a Ouija board fan because you're opening a portal to the other side in a very specific way. And unless you know for sure how to close that portal down, you can have anything walking through that. If that's left open, and you're going to have problems. And even if you don't believe that you've got problems, you'll probably have a lot of unusual things taking place around you, if not to you directly, then to family, to friends. Certain things take place, so you've got to. That's something that I'm very specific on, and it's also regarding mirrors. Mirrors can be, not all mirrors, but some mirrors can be portals. So you've got to be very freaking careful. Nishmal, how's your day? My day is going really well. I'm just tired. I'm tired right now. It's been a busy freaking day, that's for sure. So Ishmael says, what's the difference between spirit and ghost? Well, kind of just explain that. Hopefully you caught that. Let me know if you did catch that and heard it, so I don't have to explain it again. But yeah, spirits and ghosts, two very different things. Good question, Flipper. What the hell is an ET? Okay, let me read your other question first before I get into that. The things that I thought they could have been. Should I trust my instincts on what I think they were? And what the hell is, you gotta, okay, number one, always trust your gut instinct. Things happen. Trust your gut instinct. It's different. Your gut instinct is different than your logical thinking brain. Okay? Trust your gut instinct. At least that's my opinion on practically everything regarding that stuff. Because when you trust your gut instinct, you're taking the human brain out of it. You're taking that equation out of it. When you go on gut instinct, your gut instinct will usually be right. Unless you start overthinking, then you got a real problem. Okay. Oh, good question, Leo. Okay. So Flipper says, and what the hell is an ET? ET is extraterrestrial. It is an off-planet. Try this again. An ET, an extraterrestrial, is another name for an alien. Okay? And we're not talking, we're talking off-planet physical being. Okay? We are not talking like over the border type of alien, type of human. Okay, we're not talking that. We're talking extraterrestrial, off-planet, physical being. Different race, different species of a living type of being that is living on a different planet, living on a starship, living on, I hate calling them starship, living on a ship. That's essentially it in a nutshell. Leah, what inspired you to make your own YouTube channel? So in 2018, I for years, all my entire life, ever since I was a child, I was told to write a book. Then I was told, by the time I was a teenager, like 14, 15, that I would be writing a book. I'm like, what the hell am I going to be writing a book on? I'm like, really? What the hell? Really? I mean, I really had quite a reaction to that. I was like, my life is boring. What the hell? Oh, no, it's not. It's not boring. Not by any stretch. And so I went through life. In and out of ufology information, not the community itself. Didn't get into the community, really into the community, until 2018. 2016, 2017, I started telling very close friends, I'm really thinking about coming out as a psychic. And they're like, oh my God, you should have done that years ago. I was like, well, why the hell did you say something? Well, just kind of waiting on you. Like, oh man. So that's how that came about. And by 2018, I was telling my doctors, um, I don't care if what you think about this. I had both a neurologist and I had a surgeon, a different, two different doctors. I just don't remember what the surgeon's title is right now. But two different doctors, when I came out and I told them that I'm a psychic medium, uh, both of them started asking me, okay, so when did this start? Was it when you were a teenager, like when you were 13, when you were 14? In other words, they were trying to find out if I had schizophrenia or something of that nature. And I'm like, I've had this since I've been in the cradle. What the hell are you talking about? And of course I knew what the hell they were talking about. I knew where they were going with it. And it wasn't until one of the one of the doctor's grandmothers was standing there, and she went off at him. She went off in a big way. And I didn't tell him everything that she said, but I said a specific quote. And I said, you have a grandmother standing right beside you, because he was sitting at a table at the time, or at a desk. And I said, you've got your grandmother standing about 2-3 feet from you, and this is what she's saying. And she said a specific quote. I repeated the quote, and I said, this is what she's wearing, this is what she smells like. And he went, oh my God. Completely blew his mind. And the other doctor just asked me up one side and down the other, all these questions. And I said, I don't care if you don't believe me. I'm telling you this now. I've been in your office for, I think it was like 2 years by that point, year and a half, 2 years, something to that effect. And I said, you've known me, but I'm coming out publicly now, and I'm telling you straight up. And there's nothing wrong with me, brain wise. There's nothing, I mean, other than, I mean, you know, we've talked about the weight, we've talked about blah, 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 all that crap. But here's the thing. You tell me why I know this about you, and none of that can be found on the internet. None of that can be found. How did you know that? I'm like, because I'm a psychic and I'm a medium. The mediumship stuff comes and goes periodically, but the psychic stuff, when it hits, it hits hard. And it's not always like that, but when it does, there are times. And I said, I'm literally seeing you right now with specific kind of glasses. And I said, think, I think you must have been about 8, you know, I was going to say 13, but I remember telling him, I think he was about 19 years old. And I think that was when he told me that he was much, much younger than that. And I'm like, well, how the hell would I have never known that? Seriously, how the hell would I don't, I'll look at research and stuff like that, but I'm not going to go into somebody's life and go, oh, with a fine tooth comb, we're going to peel this person apart bit by bit by whatever. Don't care. So, kind of shocked him. And he was like, he just sat back. I will never forget him sitting back in his chair. He sat back in his chair, he crossed his leg. He's like, wow. He goes, what made you decide to talk about this with me? And I'm like, because I'm coming out to my doctors. I want you to know that when I do energy work, it is affecting me physically in this fashion and in this form. He goes, this is a whole different subject. He goes, I don't even know how to talk to you now. And I'm like, I know. It's because you're very science oriented. I understand that. But I'm telling you, when I do specific kind of energy work, this is what happens to my body. I said, this is why I ended up in the ER at such and such a time for so many hours. He's like, yeah, we always wondered what had happened with that. And I'm like, well, that's why. It's because I was on a higher consciousness level that I'd never experienced before. And it took 3 psychics to bring me out of it. And he goes, you were damn lucky that you were able to come out of that. I said, yeah, because it probably would have killed me if it had gone on any longer. He said, yeah, with what I saw from the chart. So yeah, when you start freaking out the doctors, it gets a little on the interesting side, folks. Okay, there's a lot of stuff I've missed in chat. So I started doing my YouTube channel. I was on the UFOI team in 2018. June, May, June, July. Anyway, it was 2018. Did a Paracon 2019, talked in front of 250 people. That's a whole nother subject. I was consistently getting told by a lot of people in ufology that I needed to do my own YouTube channel. I didn't do my YouTube channel until, I think it was 2021. No, that's not right. 2022. I think it was 2022. Anyway, and that's why, because there's so much information that happens on a regular basis. Hello, Oliver. Welcome to my channel. Oliver Laxberg. I have a very important question. Can you answer it? Well, I can try. That's the thing, folks. One of the things that you need to understand about me is that if I don't know, I'll tell you flat out, I don't know. I'm not one of these people that's going to go, oh, well, gee, we're just going to draw it out and we're going to try and... If I don't freaking know, I'm going to tell you straight out. I don't know. Okay? That's how I am. If I know, I know. If I don't, I don't. And if I need to refer you out, I have a lot of people I know that I can refer you out to. And that is actually normal and natural. If you come across a psychic, this is the thing that you need to know. If you come across a psychic where you don't have the information that you're wanting to have, and that's the other thing, expectation versus what is realistic in psychic medium stuff. Okay? You need to understand that. It's a big deal. It doesn't work like you're going to get the information you're wanting. And it may be that here's something else that you as public need to you as public need to understand. A lot of times there can be a timing factor to things. And with timing factor, that means that you may not supposed to be knowing about the information just yet. Really seriously sucks. So other information will come out before it. And so then you get referred out to somebody else and they aren't telling you the information that you want. Well, start thinking about, well, is this a timing factor issue? When is it that I'm actually supposed to know about this? Because the universe, the other side aspect of the universe, they that all comes into play with your soul contract. That all comes into play with a lot of other factors. So keep that in mind. Very important question. Okay, so ask your question. What is the point of life? Whew, that's a Lulu. Hang on. Why would an alien? Okay, Flipper. Why would an alien come to me as a child often? I need a cleanse of some sort. I need to research these things. I've been very stupid as an adult, toying with this type of stuff. An ET can come to watch. Usually the 3 foot tallers, as I call them, the grays. They'll do an abduction, and you will never remember it. Then there are times where you will do an abduction, or they will do an abduction on you, and you will know. Hello to the 16, and thank you for the 14 likes and any of the subscriptions. I thank you very much for that. So regarding all of this, they can be abducting you and you'd never remember it. They could be putting a block on your memory because they have the ability to do that. Some of them do, some of them don't. It depends on what the purpose is. Are they harvesting DNA? Are they setting you up as a hybrid mother or father? Are they, what are they using your DNA for? What are they working with you on? Are they working with you on, as a child, are they working with you on psychic abilities? Are they working with you on, oh God, I had some stuff in my head and now it's gone. That's because I'm tired. Are they working with you in specific ways for specific reasons because that they're doing it for their purposes, or are they doing it because you've got a soul contract with them that you don't know about yet? What's the other one? So there are both good and bad ETs, extraterrestrials. Some are okay, others are absolutely not okay. Are they nefarious? What was your gut intuition when you saw these ETs when you were a child? It's the other side of that one. Were you in fear of them? If you were in fear of them, why were you in fear of them? Start writing, start journaling what you remember, because that can come into play when you have a trigger memory pop up as an adult. Especially if you haven't done any regression hypnosis regarding your ET experiences. So write journal notes. Make sure that you get that down. Date it, time those notes, because that can come into play later on. There are so many things that I honestly, okay, so the question is, why would an alien come to me as a child often? There are another angel numbers. Wow. Okay. There are too many possibilities to actually give a logical, thought-provoking answer to that question. The realistic side of that is there are way too many potentialities for it. You could be in a program. God, I don't even know where to begin. I mean, just exactly what I said. So you've got to do your own research. That's something that you need to be looking at. If you believe that you said you need a cleansing of some sort, well, start doing an energetic cleansing. Find somebody that is willing to do that for you. Find somebody that can do, the other side of it is look into what cleansing actually means, because it's not just energetic. It's also your home environment. There's a lot to that one. So you're looking at a completely different situation with that. You're looking at cleaning the home, because that changes the frequency in your home. You're looking at then also maintaining your health if you can. Then you're also looking at your own energy systems. And if, okay, for whatever reason, I was just shown a red car with some kind of dangly thing on the mirror. And so in other words, my point being, whether that's cleansing your environment, your home environment, your living environment, or cleansing your vehicle periodically, there's so many different numerous ways of cleansing. But to start with, if you're a complete newbie at it, then start with cleaning your home. Clean where there's dust. Clean your home. Organize your home. Get it into an order form that you can handle and that you can manage, and start working on you. Because once you start cleaning the environment, you are also starting to clear your own energy. It's a slow process. But there's some aspect to that right there. There's some of your answer. Gibberish monster. Okay, you retracted a message. Oliver, what is the point? Okay, hang on a second. Leo, short answer to that. What is your opinion on witches? Do you think they actually really do exist? Yes, I know they do. There's so many different forms, though. I mean, there's so many different levels of Wicca versus witchcraft versus natural witch versus blah blah blah. There's a lot of versions. There's a lot of different levels, and it's not all bad. Just think of that. It's not all bad. Not all witches are bad. They get made out to believe they are, but they're not. Okay, and going back to Oliver. Oliver, what is the point of life? Can you please tell me? The point of life is about growth. It's about learning and growing, moving forward, breaking cycles, breaking negative cycles, working on that. It's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of what is known as shadow work. And it's not, sometimes it's just people fly by with it, and other times people are not. There are, I've got family members who work with the homeless regularly, monthly. Well, more than monthly, but anyway, my point is they work with the homeless on a regular basis. That's a hard life. That's a completely different kind of life, and it's a hard life to live. Versus, say, you've got somebody who's making, say, $8,000 a month, and they're living a completely different life than somebody who's homeless. So, I mean, this life on this planet is about learning. It's about going through growth. It's about dealing with getting through our lessons. It's about breaking cycles. Cycles is really hard to break. For me, when I break a cycle, I hear like an explosion bell going on. Well, it's not a bell. I don't know. It's a burst of energy. It's like a really loud bang pop. How else to explain it? Flipper. Oh, Leo, your opinion on dreaming about your loved ones who passed away. Okay, there's two thoughts on that one. Two train of thoughts on that one. One is that you're doing it, not you per se, but whoever it is, the person is doing it out of grieving. They are also doing it out of your brain is processing. Your logical sequential brain is processing information while you sleep. The other side to that, so it's part of you healing, it's part of your growth. Okay. The other side to that, what I know from personal experience, is that when you have a deceased family member, they can come into your REM sleep. There is a connection to our consciousness. And I've learned this with the ETs as well. I also know this from global governments and US governments. They all deal with consciousness. Okay. It's a very specific level of consciousness. And our loved ones, when they really want to get a message to us, and we are most likely not paying attention, they will go into our dream state in REM while our physical brain is in what's known as REM sleep. Do not ask me to repeat what REM stands for. Do not remember at this second. But it's when you are in a deep state or a deep sleep, and they come in and they get into your dream and they give you the information, whatever that is, or you just need to be in their presence and they've been feeling that from you for some time. And it's their way of connecting with you. And it's quite a thing. And it can mean a lot when it happens. Flipper, total fear. I keep peeking out, keep getting closer to where I could feel hovering. My family was also asleep in the room, but I was too scared to move. Probably the scariest moment of my life. Oh, I've had a couple of those. Oh, my dear, I know what that's like. Oh, so fun. Not. Okay. I will read that, Amy. I don't let me forget. I want to read that. That's what happens with a back injury. Total fear. I kept peeking out. Yeah. Was it fear of the unknown? Here's the other thing. What part of fear was it for you? Was it fear of the unknown? Was it fear of something completely new? Or was it because it felt like a monster to you? You got to ask yourself those questions. Okay, Amy. This is where I have debated with Nikki before. Okay, hang on a second. My eyes. There we go. Who are we learning and growing for? What if we all held a strike and refused to incarnate? Question mark. In fact, I plan on starting one once I'm out of here. Let the physical dimensions collapse if it needs to. And Leo, you just retracted your message. Okay. That was a lot. Yeah, we have debated this, Amy, a lot. A lot. Yes, pets go to heaven. Well, their version of heaven, in my classification of it. Pets go to heaven. Yeah. They have what I can only classify as their version of heaven. I've had So where I'm living right now, I've lived here since June of last year, 2024. And it wasn't until, I'm trying to remember, I think it was August of last year, that I had every animal I have ever owned. Every fur baby came flying through my front door and my front wall underneath my window. They started chasing each other. And I'm like, what the hell are you guys? And they were playing. They were just playing. They had so much fun. They were playing and enjoying the time together. And then a dog, we didn't have a dog at the time, a dog showed up. A great big black and white behemoth of a dog showed up and started sleeping on my couch. Spirit dog, ghost dog. I've had animals come in and out of my life as spirit, and I've had cats that have been long past dead, and they've come and curled up where they used to curl up, and I'm going, are you, oh, you're not there. God, you feel like you're there. What the hell? So yeah, they're on the other side. They're there with you, watching, loving on you when they can. If you miss them and you're crying, what I've experienced is they come back. They'll be around you. And what sucks is we can't hear them. We can't feel, usually. Can't hear them, can't feel them. Very interesting. Ouch. Whew, very interesting to me how all of that comes into play. So yeah, that's how I know it. Will we ever see our pets in heaven? Yes. Yeah. I yeah, I know that one. I only know it, well, how do I respond to that? I more than half know it. I don't 100% know it, but I more than half know it. It's somewhere like 75% know it. That's an answer to that question. I know that some spirits come with some animals, like the 17-year-old that I talked about, the 17-year-old spirit who was from the 1800s. She had a horse with her. Now, I've never talked about that, ever. But she had a horse with her. She had a deeply loved horse. And that was my first experience with a spirit animal in that magnitude, of that size, that magnitude. It was huge. And it's interesting because the horse, it was a male, he didn't go with her. So I think, and I didn't even, that didn't even register with me until just now. He literally did not follow her to the white light. And I think it's because her fiance had already gone to the light and come back, and he was back for her. But I think the horse had already gone and come back and was surrounding her to let her know that she was loved. I don't even think she registered that the horse was really there, to be quite honest. She started talking about the horse stable that her father owned. And the moment she started talking about it, this horse showed up. He wasn't there for very long, but good Lord, excuse me. So she eventually went on to the white light without the horse, but it's like the horse just, Harry Potter words, disapparated. He like just went, and he was no longer there. It was really interesting. Amy, or another theory, what if we are sent here by some kind of draft system like being sent to Nam? I do not believe that at all. That's not how I know it as. Amy, it just, I recall in pre-Earth incarnations, we always had control over our own incarnations. The forced stuff seems to surround the Earth. Now that I would agree with. The forced stuff being seems to surround Earth. That part I would agree with. Flipper, I've tried to get them to come back so I can talk with them and ask them now that I'm ready for it, but nothing. Oh, that's that seems to be typical standard operating procedure for them. Just know that you're not alone in that. Oh, another angel sign. Interesting. I got quite a few angel signs tonight. And another one. I didn't even realize that was there. Okay, interesting. I want to ask them why and where did they come from, but I can't figure out how to reach them. Okay, so if you are an ET abductee, here's something that you should know. Most ET abductees have some kind of implant device. Now, I have come to find out the very hard way that I didn't believe this until I came across somebody who, I didn't even think this was even possible until I came across somebody who I had, complete stranger. She's now a friend. She saw it in me. It's where a person sees auras, reads auras on a regular basis. And she saw my aura as I was walking up to her just before I was meeting her. And I introduced myself to her and the other woman that was standing there. And we ended up having a conversation. She goes, do you know she goes, I've never seen this on any person. And I've been doing this for a lot of years. She goes, do you know you have not a blockage, what the hell did she call it? I'm missing a section in my aura. And I found out after meeting her that it is a form of an ET device. It is incredibly rare, but it can be done that way. So if you do not have it in your physical body, you can have it in your aura. Just a thought process. Do you have scoop marks on your body? Do you have what I call triangle tramp stamp tattoos? Or did have them and you didn't take pictures of them? Surgical marks that disappear within 12 hours to say 3 days or even 4 days. They're completely and utterly gone by 4 days, and you have never had surgery on that body mark, on that body spot, that body location. You've never had surgery on that specific body location, and you've had a surgery mark. That is ET. Okay. That's either straight ET or straight ET combined government. This is why I talk about do your journal notes. Write your stuff down. This is why. This is very important. You'll start figuring things out. I want to ask them why and where did they come from, but I can't figure out how to reach them. Okay, so one of the things that you can do is because this is why I brought up the device. If you have an ET device implanted in your body somewhere, and the newer ET devices can look innocuous, they can look like part of the body now. Back in my day, when I was growing up, no, they did not. They were made out of unearthly metals, metals that are not of this earth. Oh, so fun when you're allergic to metals. Such a joy. I get a little pissed off over that one. Anyway, my point being that with those devices come every aspect of medical devices. They can even be listening. Start demanding. If you remember these things and you're experiencing these things, start demanding that they show up and you're asking questions. Now, see, I'm not picking up anything psychic, and part of that, I think, personally, is because I'm 3 hours and 35 minutes into this, and I'm tired. And I've had an extremely long day, but I am more than happy to give these answers to you, and if it will help you, then I hope it does help you, and I hope that you can figure stuff out for yourself. And there are a lot of people that you can, matter of fact, there's some support groups I would recommend you look into. And there's also certain shows I would recommend you watching. Look up R. Keith Andrews. I'm going to see if I can put, this is me in chat. I can't do it from that phone. Whoops, wrong thing. Okay, look up that name on YouTube. Oh, go away. Get off my screen. Thank you. Look up that name on YouTube. There is also this there's also that show, the name of that show. There's if you go into my if you go into my playlist on my channel, you will find a lot of different shows and people that you can follow that may have answers. If you want to talk to another psychic, there's names I can give you, that kind of thing. Leo, thank you very much for answering all of my questions. I am really glad that I found and subscribed and liked your channel now. I look forward to watching your channel again. God bless you. Thank you for that. I appreciate that very much. That means a lot to me. Thank you. This is why I've been doing my channel. It's to help folks. I've been there. I remember what it's like. It's not fun when you're trying to figure all this shit out, and it is a bunch of shit all at once. And sometimes it's stretched out over an entire lifetime. So I mean, I get it. I get it. If I didn't have the certain people that I had had in my life early on, honestly, I don't know where I'd be right now. I mean, I've had a lot of really good people. Lee Strauss was one of the first people that I really called on an emergency basis, going, I'm having I'm being triggered. This is what's taking place. Do you have a moment to talk? And I texted him, and he was on the UFOI team, and I said, I need help. And I mean, this was like early days when I was starting to really start remembering. And he's like, I'm 30 minutes from getting off work. I will call you as soon as I can. And he did. And he would, I think that was during the time when he had a 45-minute drive home. So I was waiting for a ride home from where I was, the location I was at that time. And he would talk to me. He's like, so what are you experiencing? You need to look into this person. You need to look into that person. And it's because of folks like him. I had a lot of other people, but he was the main person that I contacted in the very beginning. And I'm very thankful for him. So, and I'm very glad to see the success of what he's doing right now. Kudos, my dear. You're doing great. And I very much appreciate him. And so I get it. And he was there in his life. So I mean, hello. We all go through this. This is why I call this. This is a process. So just know you're going through a process. Allow yourself to go through it. Allow yourself to go through the emotions and whatever you need to do to take care of yourself, and take care of yourself in a healthy way, in whatever way that you can, but try and make sure that it's a healthy way, not in a destructive manner. It's hard to do. Believe me, I know. I have moments where I'm like, I'm destructive to myself. And I'm like, no, I can't do this to myself. I cannot be destructive. I've got to go towards the health and the positive and go towards the light. It's hard to do. There were times I was kicking and screaming going through it. There were times I had family that were like, are you okay? I'm like, no, I'm going through a process. I just need to be left alone for a number of hours. I will be eventually okay. And after those few hours, after I managed all the shit I was experiencing, then and only then I was able to handle stuff. So yeah, I mean, you do what you can. Um, okay, let me see what else we can. Little Cam, I actually have a pre-birth memory of my soul traveling to Earth in the astral plane from the source. I was going to what seemed like 10 million miles per hour, but I could see the gamma rays in real time. Cool, Little Cam. Amy, Little Cam, like falling from a dreamy paradise into wet concrete. Little Cam, Amy, right. I don't recall landing on Earth, just traveling. In what seemed like seconds, I was in daycare as a toddler, which became my earliest memory at like 2 years old, I'm assuming. Okay, our Keith Andrews spaced out radio, SOR. Okay, Amy, my memories from 2 to 5 have all kinds of periods that were very traumatic, realizing where I came from and where I was at. I still have a kind of PTSD from it. Yeah, I know folks that are very much like that. Flipper, and with all your knowledge, couldn't the government just stop you? Oh yeah, they've tried. I've been targeted. I've had computers effed with. I've had technology effed with. I've had a lot of different. I've had do weapons targeted with me. I've got government men and women in Astral in my home between 1 to 5 times a day or night, anytime, within a 24-hour period, 1 to 5. It's not a joke. People have witnessed it. I know people who have witnessed it. I've been on camera. I've been on video calls when one of these effers shows up, and They're like, you know, you've got. I'm like, yes, I know. It's government. What you call government asset, isn't it? I'm like, yeah. They're like, okay. So yeah, it's I've been screwed with. Um, so and they also keep an eye as to how much I know, what I learned. Whoops. Apparently, I went offline and now I'm back. So I know I'm effed with by the government. Um, do I know that what just happened right then and there was government? No, I don't. It's very possible it was an internet or a cell phone company issue. I have no idea. Cell phone company, yeah, cell phone because it's on a different device than. All right. So anyway, yeah. I mean, they want to know what I know. They keep track of me. Um, so, uh, it's just part and parcel. Do I get angry over it? Yeah, but what the hell's the point? I mean, there are times where it gets overwhelming, and I'm like, you need to stop, or I will start really protecting myself, and you do not want me doing that. So back off, and then they back off for a little bit, and then they start back up again. It was really nice there for, I don't know, about somewhere between 3 and 5 days, where I had no government asshats. It was wonderful. It was actually silent here. And I don't mean silent from spirit, I mean silent from their bullshit. Amy, plus those of the enforcers, the beings that looked like black rubber suited formless humans. Yeah, I've seen some of those. Leo, you're welcome. Amy, someone I know said they were actually a type of Orion being. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Some of the ETs from Orion, some of the ETs from Orion aren't so pleasant. That's just how it is. Okay, are you gonna stay or is it gonna fall? No, it keeps trying to fall. Come on. Anyway, so and then I know some beings from some ETs from the Orion area that are okay, and yet somebody recently talked uh, about how certain ETs from Orion are reptilian. Well, that's not always the case, but yeah, I mean, there's a wide range of ETs in that area. So, 3 hours and 47 minutes. So, I'm gonna go for just a little bit longer, and then I'm gonna call it quits for the night. I haven't pulled a. It's been a while since I've pulled a 4 hour. So, anybody got any? Ouch! Anybody got any questions regarding government asshats, the ETs, spirits, hierarchies, cryptids, fairies? Let's see, what else? What else do we have? Sasquatch, Dogman. That's a sore subject, but I will talk about it. Other paranormal, anything like that? Anybody got questions? So it looks like I went from 16 down to 8, now to 9. So I've answered an awful lot of questions tonight. Anybody else with more questions and comments? Anyhow, one of the things to think about is in your meditation. Actually, I have 2 little cam. Oh yeah, that's always fun. So meditation. There we go. I knew I had a. What's the other thing? Hair falling out, that's always fun. With your meditation, make sure you do some breath work. Make sure you're doing a lot of deep breathing. And not to the point of hyperventilize. Hyperventilize. Oh my God, I can't say it. I got a brain fart going, and apparently I can only get half the word out. Anyway, don't hyperventilate. There we go. Just be sure that you do deep breathing in through the nose, out through the mouth. Okay. Work on your deep breathing techniques. It's actually what got me through the 2020 issues. I really don't want to bring all of that up, but the deep breathing made a major difference for me, along with a couple of other things that I was ingesting at the time to help. But do your deep breathing. It really will make a significant difference. It also helps your circulation, your circulatory system, especially if you start also doing some tapping, right? Like here's the bone. Well, let's see. There's the bone, and then it goes over. So just above the bone, and just start doing tapping on either side. Come up. I actually start at the top. Come down around the ears, back down. Do a little bit of gentle tapping. And what you'll do is you'll start releasing some of the mucous membranes. You'll start releasing your some of the vagus nerve stuff. And you can actually do that going all the way down your body, going down the channels and stuff, and it can help a lot with a lot of different things. Little Cam, I've always found psychedelics fascinating. Yeah, I have too. I've been kind of afraid to do certain things because of my abilities. Could get kind of interesting. So, Flipper, I don't know, freaked out. My phone was glitching out when you started talking about government stuff. Yeah. Yep. That's around the time that mine started. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens when I go back in and check the video and see what they actually. God, my skin is just driving me nuts tonight. See what it is. See if some of this cream is going to help, because that's gotta have something. Oops, sorry for the loudness, guys. And I gotta do some kind of lotion or something, because this is just bugging the crap out of me. So anyhow, any other questions for anyone? Ufology, cryptids, paranormal. Any other questions out there? Because we've hit 3 hours and 53 minutes. I'm going for 4 hours, and then it's shutting it down time, because then I've got about 8 hours worth of work to do. So, and I actually have to come down yet, because I've got to come down after having to deal with the hierarchy that raised the frequency up quite a bit. So anyway, oh God, that's better. Oh, that's so much better. Anyhow, last little tidbits. Amy, can you think of anything? Robert, are you still around? Christine, are you still around? Para. I think Para is over at Dave's right now, so I think that's kind of out. Anyhow, it appears that I'm still online. So I think, I think we're about done. Oh, I hope you enjoyed some of this information and that everything goes well for your weekend. Oh, Amy says, where do souls originate from? Are they a part of Source? Okay, this is what I remember from my time. It's kind of like a primordial ooze. Because uploading new videos, I'll get to the rest of that in a minute, Amy, because I do want to get into that. So Flipper's asking, why haven't you uploaded new videos? New videos mean that I actually have to record them. I've had a lot of problems with tech issues, and I do not have the amount of storage that I need to do videos. So if you go into my channel and go to videos versus live, click on live, and there will be a lot of videos that I've done that are live broadcasts, and you can watch the replays on. The videos themselves that I did, where it says video, you click on the word video and you scroll down. There's a lot of videos there, but the live broadcasts are the ones that you will have a lot more information on, if I remember correctly how I did them. So anyhow, back to Amy's question. Good to know. Where do souls originate from? Are they a part of Source? Okay, as I know it, souls are part of what I can only classify as a primordial ooze. Original souls. There's a giant, you said originate from. So in order for me to explain this is the only way that I know how. It's like a giant primordial soup of, think of the TV show Star Trek Next Generation, Odo. Do you remember Odo? They called him, that character, a changeling. Or if it wasn't, it might have been Star Trek Deep Space Nine. I think that's where that character came from, instead of Star Trek Next Generation. It's real similar to that lake. But it's not a lake, but it's like, okay, how I see it. Every time I see it in my mind, I see it as in, yes, Odo was on DS9. Okay, thank you, Amy. How I visually see it in my mind is open galaxy, no stars, not total blackness, but like off in the really super far distance, you'll get a tiny glimmer of a little light here or there, all over, but really far out in the distance. And what you'll have in front of you is like a flat plane. It's like a piece of paper. Oh, I don't have something like that at this second, but it's like a piece of paper going straight across. But it's not white. It's this almost not quite iridescent. What are the right words? I don't know what the right words are to describe this. But the only way that I know how to describe that is like, it's like a lake. It's like a gigantic lake. And as I understand it, it's in a different realm. I don't know what else to call it other than a realm. REALM, realm. Okay. Um, that lake of souls is like being with God. I don't know how else to explain that other than pure love. You never want to leave it. You just, the feeling is you never ever want to leave it. Why would you? Well, what happens, as I understand it, you go from that sheer pure love to wanting to experience. You want the physical body. For whatever reason, you start wanting the physical body. It's like a craving. And you have a choice. As I understand it, there's a choice. You can go human or ET or whatever. Then there's some kind of what I can only classify as a handler. I don't know what else to call it. There's some kind of transfer being. I'm going to call it a hierarchy. I don't know what else to call it. That takes you where you've made the choice to go. Then there's some sort of how do I explain this? There's some sort of source interaction. Beyond that, then it gets kind of like convoluted to me, but not quite convoluted. It's not the right phrasing. I don't know how else to say that. Yeah, Amy, that solves my issue. I just need to curb the addiction or find somewhere else to incarnate that is less intense. Yeah, there are ET planets. There are ET beings that are a lot less intense. Hell, there's ET beings that are gelatinous. You know, they're not to my experience, but from what I've heard. So I'm just not. Flipper, how are you not afraid of dealing with all this? I'm just not. Well, okay. I know who my soul is. I know where my soul comes from. I know what I remember. I remember the counsels, the real counsels, not the counsels that everybody else talks about. I mean the real counsels. I remember the pool. I remember, lack of better word, or the lake. I remember source. I remember hierarchies that are so at such a high level and at such a frequency level that we can't even conceive of them. I've experienced over 25-foot tall, gigantic, what I can only classify as a prime angel. I stopped counting after 25 feet. 25 feet tall. I mean, they're just beyond ginormous. Doesn't even, I mean, it's not, there is no word that will suffice. Do I become afraid? No. I've only ever had one situation where I've actually become afraid, and that's when I had a true demons are very rare. It's when I had a true demon with his hands around my throat, and he was trying to kill me. And I said a phrase. I barely was able to say the phrase because he was literally cutting off my oxygen. And in that moment, me being able to say that minute phrase. It wasn't minute by any stretch of the imagination, but that phrase, he literally, I will never forget the look on that true demon's face. I will never forget the look on its face. It was in such shock that I even knew those words, let alone knew what they meant. And he just, I mean, right in front of my face, he was there, and the next second he was gone. And I knew in that second, right after he released me and completely disappeared in front of my face, I knew right then and there where I how I said it, why I said it, where it came from. Will I ever repeat those words? No. Not a snowball's chance in hell. Not an ice ball chance in hell. No way. But it comes from knowing what I know. It comes from my soul knowing. And I terrified it. To terrify a true demon that is literally trying to unalive you, I'm quite honestly, I'm absolutely appalled that I'm even alive. I'm thankful that I am, don't get me wrong. As I've said earlier, I will say it again, I am not suicidal by any stretch of the frickin' imagination. I will fight anybody who says otherwise, because they're full of shit. Or they're trying to make things appear a certain way and do their own form of control of their narrative. Oh my God, my stomach just kicked in. Just a second. And it's a hunger issue. It's not a trigger issue. Just a second, guys. Wow. Woo! Hey, Woo Riders. Tell your wife I said hello. Oh my God. Anyway, so that's how I'm not afraid to deal with all of this. That's the only time I've ever truly been frightened. Been plenty pissed off, but that's the only time that I've ever really truly been frightened. Amy, in other words, find a boring planet where everything makes sense. Boring can be good. I get it. I understand. Woo Writers, good evening, Nikki. We hope you are doing great. God bless. Yeah, tell your wife I said hi. Amy, where do they... No, excuse me, I read that wrong. Where they do the same thing generation after generation in peace, and they paint the walls the same color for thousands of years. Oh, that would drive me nuts. That might be fine for you, my dear. That would drive me up a living wall. Nope, 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 nope. Not for me. But if that suits your fancy, go for it. Woo Writers, Alien versus Demon. Who wins and why, Nikki? What? Aliens versus Demon. Now that's an interesting question. Because, and I honestly, I don't know who would win that one. But, and the reason why I say I don't know who would win that one is so, oh, yeah, and I see now the face is starting to itch. The reason why I say that is because that certain races of ET are thousands of years farther advanced than we are. They have lots of tricks up their sleeves, energetic and frequency-wise. Alien versus maybe a true demon? I don't know if the ET would live, to be honest. I honestly, I don't know. They'd have to come up with a very specific way to screw with an ET. That's an interesting question, Woo Writers. What made you think of that? Now you got me curious. Anyway, Flipper, knowing there's hierarchy and people in your home. Ouch. That thought is crazy to me. Oh yeah. It's not the knowing there's hierarchy in people. It's knowing that it's government uh agents that are being paid to come in. I'm not the only one they're doing this to, folks. Please realize that. I am not the only one that this is happening with. Oh, so you've been around for a while listening in, Woo Writers. You mentioned Cowboys and Angel and Aliens earlier. The movie, yeah. Okay, I gotta move again. Sorry. Okay, so okay. Yeah, that would make sense that that's where that came from for you. I understand that. Totally understand that. So oh my. 11:31. Anyhow, um yeah, I that's an interesting concept. I've never thought about that. Who would win in that battle? I think about the amazing things that the ETs with all of their super high frequencies can do. I mean, they are on a level that is really, really hard to even conceive of, even for me. I mean, think about all the things that they can do. Think about all the things that a true demon can do. Now, what if it's a hierarchy over an ET? I would definitely say the hierarchy would outwin that one by leaps and gigantic bounds. It's an interesting thought. Oh, that would drive me nuts, Amy. Amy says, imagine living in the original Brady Bunch TV series, but living to be a few thousand years old. Actually, that's a version of hell to me. Day in, day out, no change, no. Gotta have the change. But everybody's different. I get it. I totally get it. Lil Cam to Rewriters. It's fascinating. Lil Cam to Rewriters. Have you seen Enter the Void? Oh, you were talking about that movie. I should write that down because that's something that I'd like to actually look into. Enter the Void. Okay. I want to be sure to write that down. Little Cam movie recommendation. Enter. The Void. Stephen Wood, lovely to see you. Nice stream. Oh, thank you. Come on in, grab a cuppa. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be on. I've been doing this for 4 hours and 13 minutes. Tonight's subject has been Men in Black, MIB, ufology, ETs, paranormal, spirit, hierarchies. We've hit a lot of subjects tonight. So, Amy, but Alice would make pork chops and applesauce. It would be swell. Oh, dear God, Amy. Pork chops and applesauce. Yeah, no. Nope, nope, nope. Thank you, but no. Don't get me wrong, I like both of those, but not in that environment for over 1,000 years. No way in hell. Nope, nope, nope. That is a version of hell to me, so no thank you. Woo Riders. Haven't seen, but just watched trailer. He enters the afterlife on an ayahuasca. I was wondering how you spelled ayahuasca. Thank you. Ayahuasca trip. Interesting. Woo Riders. Dip the pork chops in applesauce. Yum yum. Oh my gosh almighty. All right. Anyway, anybody so Stephen, did you have any questions that you even if they've been asked before, I will try and answer them again. Do you have any questions? What would you like to know? I am here's something. We'll go over this again. I am a psychic medium. I'm kind of off the clock on that one right now. Shadow Miners. Hello. Hi. Welcome. So I'm a psychic medium off the clock right now. I'm an ET, lifelong ET abductee. That's a hell of a conversation, Woo Riders. Just a second, or just a moment. I'm an ET, lifelong ET abductee. Tired tonight, but I'm doing okay. I do an extensive amount, or have done an extensive amount of paranormal work, energy work, working on, was on a ufology team, UFOI team. I don't know. Is that showing up backwards? It's probably showing up backwards. Oh God. I've done work with psychic teams. I've done all sorts of stuff. Hello, Daniel. Shadow Miners, how are you? I'm tired. I'm good, but I'm tired. Okay, Woo Riders, how do you break a cycle of bad? I'll get back to that in a minute. Lil Cam, Woo Riders, it's very thrilling. It reminded me of the movie Gravity. The directors of both those movies have an interview on here YouTube where they discuss their productions. Gravity is my favorite movie. Cool, good to know. Sandra Bullock, Lil Cam, okay. What's my favorite car? What is my favorite car? I'm usually an antiques car girl. Have been since I've been a little kid. Oh my God. Hello to the 25 who are watching. Yeah, you know, I used to be very much into muscle cars. So in answer to that question, if it's an older vehicle, an antique, well, not antique, but if it's an older vehicle, Roadster comes to mind, but I really like the muscle cars. A friend of mine when I was in high school, when I was a sophomore and junior in high school, had a beautiful car. Cannot remember the name of it at the second, but yeah, we used to take it out on I-5, middle of the night, and floor it beyond well past 100. Oh, those were the days. Anyway, Blinks assemble. Meow. Hello. Okay. So let's see. Let's scroll up. Favorite card. Pleasure to see you. Amy, is your keyboard stuck? Are you a troll? Yeah, I was beginning to wonder. Meow. Hello. Shadow. Um, okay. 77 Pinto hatchback. Oh, dear God, Amy, no. I have too many bad experiences with Pinto cars. No, thank you. But I can. No, 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 no. Um. It's very possible. I've had folks with not stuck keyboards, but they've had stuck internet service, and it repeats. I also know trolls do that too, but it also repeats. So it happens. Um, Little Riders, Murder by Numbers with Sandra Bullock and Knowing Nicolas Cage are also great movies. Yes, I do agree with that. Practically exposing the cabal and the Jamatra they use in various formats. Yep, both seen them at times. Do you miss your old days of childhood? Do I miss my old days of childhood? Some of them. There were some that I missed. Others I'm very glad that they're gone. Very glad they're gone. But yeah, I've had some really I've had some really good, wonderful times. I've got some phenomenal family memories. When the family has gotten together and so I'm an only kid. So little Kim. I don't even know how to pronounce your name, but hello. Um Nil Nilashka? No, no. Okay. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, so I'm not. It's the only time I'm ever going to say it because I don't want to goof it up. Not being serious on the Pinto. Oh, thank God. They're death traps. I know that one from personal experience. If I could manifest any car I wanted, it would be a new mint 9096 or so Honda Accord. I understand that. Good long-lasting vehicle. Yeah. Do you know Minecraft game? Oh, I haven't played that. I can't remember the last time I played that. This game. Okay. What was it we were talking about before that? There was something somebody had said. Scrolling back up. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Gravity. Okay. Oh, how do you break cycle of bad? I knew there was something. So that was Woo Riders. How do you break cycle of bad? That takes some doing. That also has to do with a lot of things that are going on in one's life. So that means working on frequency and energy. It also means dealing with all the different levels of all the different levels of the different shadow work sections. I mean, that's a lot to deal with. Like truly a lot to frickin' deal with. So you want to, like we talked about earlier, yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about at this second. Um, so it takes a great deal of energy, a great deal of work, dealing with all aspects of it, from working on the home to working on the inside of your vehicle, like cleaning it, working on your energy, your own energy, Working on your cleanliness if you are not a physically clean person. It's working on that. It's literally making changes in your life. Because when you start making those changes and choice changes, you start changing frequency. And when you start changing frequency, things start shifting. The other side to that is, how are you thinking? Are you thinking positively, or are you constantly critical thinking and not critical thinking? Are you constantly criticizing thinking and doing negative critical thinking? Look into that. Hey, Drew, it's good to see you back. So look into things like that, because that can really come into play. It's also about the choices we make. Yeah, there are choices that we all make in our own lives individually. And whether you think you have a choice or not, you actually do, even if it's hello shadow miners. Whether you think that you have a choice or not, it's still a choice. And I've had numerous conversations with people and have debated this with people quite frequently. Yeah, I've been all over YouTube. Yes, you have, sir. um, but, and it takes effort. And a lot of times people are not willing to put the effort in. So then they're all going to, the only thing they know how to do is bitch and moan about it. But if you're not willing to make choices, new choices, healthier, mentally healthier choices, then you're going to be stuck and stagnant. No matter what kind of energy work you are choosing to do or not do, you're deliberately choosing to stay stuck. That's a big deal. I've known people like that. It's very difficult to watch them experience it, knowing what I know. And there have been times where I've actually had to walk away from people, because it's like, wow, they literally do not understand it, do not get it, and are making the choice not to, because all they want to do is carry on. It's about the why poor pitiful me attitude. You've got to make those changes in your mentality. Look into, and if that is a problem, look into counseling, look into psychology counseling, look into self-help books, look into things that will get you to read about new information to you. Okay, it's easier to be lazy than to put the hard work into it sometimes. Yeah, I agree, Drew. And that's how some folks are on a regular, consistent basis. And they will constantly complain. And it's a form of complaining. And then there are some folks that just don't know how, literally, how do I, because they're so in their mind in a very specific way. And when you get into that mindset, and it is a mindset, it's really for them difficult to get out of. So it makes it tough. But that also makes it tough not only on them, but on everybody around them, because they don't realize what's actually going on. Or if they do realize it, they're like, well, I'm just stuck. This is just how it is. This is just how my life is. And they don't know how to get out of the negativity. You have to do the work. If you don't do the work and you make the choice not to do the work, the only one you're effing up is you. The only one that's doing that to yourself is you. With the negativity, with the attitude, with all, and people don't want to hear that. They do not want to hear that. I get it. I understand. It's not easy by any stretch. Which game do you like or played the most? Not even. if that's referring to me, the game that I'm working on right now, and whoopsie doodle, hang on a minute. The game that I'm working on right now is Mahjong, and I hate playing Mahjong. I know many people that just absolutely love it. I've never liked Mahjong, but I'm actually playing it. And I'm finding it rather interesting. Why did I hate it before? I have no idea. Couldn't even tell you right now. Amy, but a self-help book is still help. Yes, it is. But is the person choosing to do the reading? Sorry. Is the person choosing to do reading of the book? What is the best career to do? That's up to you. I mean, that's totally up to you. I mean, each person takes on something new with what they're best at. I'm not being a what is the best career to do? Every person is completely different. There are right and wrong careers for people. Just because somebody is really good at something doesn't necessarily mean it's the best career for them. They could be absolutely miserable at it, but they have to do the work if they want to do something different. And if they don't, then, you know, that's how it is. Self-help book is still help. My favorite was, quote, Finding Yourself by Screaming a Lot. Yeah. Amy, Nikki seems to be a Yahtzee type. Okay, what do you mean by Yahtzee? You mean roll the dice? Is that what you mean? What's the best career to do? I love gaming. Yeah, I know people that love gaming. Problem for me with gaming is I can get addicted really fast. And I have to make sure that I understand that about myself and not get lost in the game on a regular basis. I need to set timers. If I'm going to play a game, I need to set timers. Otherwise, I will get into almost like an addiction mode, and that's not healthy. So I don't like doing stuff like that. So I used to play a lot of games when I was a kid. We had all our family had. So I'm an only child. I come from a rather large family of cousins and great aunts and great uncles and that kind of stuff. We used to play all sorts, everything from card games to board games to used to play chess, used to play checkers, Chinese checkers, Parcheesi, Monopoly. Oh my God, everything under the sun. Things that were not board games. I don't even know what to call them. All sorts of things. So yeah, I mean, playing games can be very mentally stimulating. And sometimes gaming can be overstimulating for some people. So it can really screw up their brain in certain ways. So you got to know your limits, know where you're good at on it. I love gaming. Do you think to play game is nicer for health? Yeah, it can be. It can be mentally healthier in some ways for some people. Yeah. I know for those who have Alzheimer's or mental, I was going to call it defects. It's not the right word, but difficulties, mental difficulties with thinking and everything like that. there are a lot of games out there that can be very helpful. Um, and I'm choosing Mahjong because it's really good for memory and stuff. And it uses, for me, it uses both sides of the brain. And I'm very much that kind of a person. So, Amy, I do occasionally play Tetris. It is also a form of divination based on watching the random field. Never once thought of it as divination. That's an interesting way to look at it. Um, Rather interesting. Yeah, I used to play Tetris too, or I used to play Tetris also. Um, I haven't found a real Tetris game in quite a while that I enjoy. They've really screwed a lot of the Tetris games up, and I'm like, ugh, I got fed up with it. Me, I love gaming as hell because I play games till 7 hours, and it's fun to me. Yeah, I understand that. Fully understand that. I know folks like that. I know folks that get off work and um, they grab, they go to a fast food restaurant, go through the drive-through, get their meal, eat their meal on their way home, and by the time they walk in the door, they hit the bathroom, kick their shoes off, and they're in front of a TV playing. They're gaming. They're gaming until midnight, and then they go to bed. So they could be home by 6 or 7 and playing, you know, 5 hours of gaming, go to bed and be up at 6 and out the door. And they do that nightly, every single night. That is their life. And I'm not one of those. I enjoy games at certain times, and it's a form of coming down, but not like that. So, yeah, it's good for the brain, but you got to be careful because you can overstimulate the brain. So, um, anyhow, um, wow, interesting. Um, you also earn money buying game. Buying? You mean buying games or buy gaming? Yeah. I've known people to do that too. There's a the hell is it called? Um, I can't think of what it's called. Anyway, there are folks who are very good at. God, I can't think of what it's called. I have a brain fart going on. Well, that and the fact I've been doing this for 4.5 hours, and I was really going to get off of here in 4 hours, so a little over it. I can't think of what it's called. It's in Las Vegas. It's where. Anyway, they do a lot of different things and it, regarding gaming, and it can be really um, their job. I'm not thinking of what it is at this second, but anyhow, um, shadow miners. I stay in South Africa. Ah, okay. Anyhow, I think that we hit a lot of topics tonight, and I think that it is time for me to go. I hope you have a very good weekend in the United States, which is where I am. Um, the movie, yes, I think I did. I like that movie. That was a really good movie if it's the one I'm thinking of. I hope you have a really good weekend. This weekend is Memorial Day weekend, if I remember correctly, on Monday. Yeah, please remember those who have crossed over. I've got a lot of family members who were military, who've crossed over. So, yeah, you too. Have a nice night. And so it's just, I don't do this every year. I don't go to the cemeteries every year because they are so inundated by people, humans, living, walking, talking, and breathing. And it's the energy is overwhelming. So I usually end up going to go outside during Memorial Day weekend in one fashion or form and enjoy the outside. And I do a kind of a mini prayer. I don't know how else to call it or what else to call it. And I thank my family members and certain others that I know that have crossed over, and I think about that, and it's kind of like I put out specific kind of positive energy. So just know there are a lot of different ways that you can honor people who have crossed over. So just keep that in mind. Okay. On that note, I wish you all well. Take very good care. Can't think of anything else, but I wish you well. And I'm hoping that when I exit out of here, it will stop. Because we tried this last time and it got really interesting. So we shall see what happens this time. Ba-dum-bum. Anyway, stay safe, everyone. Thank you for everybody who came in and who was in chat, who stayed from the very beginning or from most of the very beginning. Thank you for the likes and the subscriptions, the subs. And I'm not sure what next. I'm not sure. No, it's not going to be next Thursday. If I remember, oh gosh, let me double check. I think it's going to be next Friday. Is what I think. Oops. But let me double check here. I think it's next Friday. Yeah, it's next Friday. So I'll be on next Friday instead of Thursday. So take very good care of yourselves, guys. Be good to yourself. Do some of your shadow work. Know that you can know that you can get through things and cut yourself some slack. Okay? Take very good care, guys. Bye. Let's see if I can do this time. Bye, guys. Okay, let's see if this is it or not. Yes! Oh, now I've got the hiccups. Okay. Bye, folks.